They just need to push the button on the mic.
Do I fill this out?
Yeah?
Yeah, you're good to start whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Oh, wait, come. Help.
And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll come to order. This is a regular meeting of the United Laguna Woods Mutual Board of Directors, a California nonprofit benefit corporation. It's Tuesday, March 8th, 2022. And according to my clock, it's 9:31. So the meeting is in order. We do have a quorum. And now we'd like to salute the flag. Director English, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Yes. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, we're being recorded, and if there's media here, they must be on Zoom because I don't see anybody.
No, there. I'm sorry.
Okay, we have an agenda here in front of us, and it hasn't been approved yet, so I'd like to make one change. I'd like to move, it's just moving, rotation, we're not going to change any substance. We want to move item number 10, CEO report, up to number 8 before the open forum. Have any problems with that?
Anthony?
Okay, I don't see anybody, so.
Oh, wait. I have an objection.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we should go with the regular format. That first, we go with the open format, and we hear from the audience, and then we allow the CEO report and the Kurt's
All right, so
comments. First,
Director Casey doesn't agree with that change. Have the other directors?
Can I add something, Mr. President?
Director Ascari, what do you have to say?
Since I have never received this much email regarding to one item, I suggested make a motion, and this goes to the unfinished business so we can discuss. So this is not a matter that we just on the report. This should be discussed. I have been bombarded by the emails regarding to this matter. I make a motion to move this one to unfinished business for discussion.
out of order.
We don't have, we're not open for motions now. I made a motion to move it up to number 8. So that's what we're
No, I am
dealing
not
with right
agree
now,
with that.
and Director Casey does not agree with that. And I'm asking if we have any.
I agree with Director Casey. I am not agree.
So you're against it?
And I am against it.
Okay. So, staff?
Against.
I don't see anybody else. I only see Director Reza and Director Ascari. So let's take a call on this, staff.
Okay.
We want to change the move up, and the reason we want to do this is because we're going to have a lot of discussion on the trees. So if we get the presentation first, and then our residents can come up and discuss on the trees. That's the logic behind this. So let's take a roll call on this. Michelle or Michaela?
Director Bastani? You're on mute.
Unmute.
Talking about now?
We could hear you now. Would you like to vote a yes or no on moving the agenda item 10A up to item 8?
No.
Thank you. Director Asgari?
No.
Director Ardani?
No, totally agree.
Director English?
No.
President Liberatore?
Yes.
Director Blackwell?
Yes.
Director Casey?
No.
Director Akrakar?
Yes.
Director Ross?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes, I would like to leave the forum to the end. I mean, after the report, yes.
Okay. And Director Toring, I don't believe is in the meeting. No.
Sorry, Michelle. Maybe I made a mistake. Are you talking about, do you want to change it? I agree with change to go for 8.
Okay, so we'll change your vote to a yes, Director Ardani.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, one moment while we tally the vote. Okay, the vote was 5 yes, 4 no, and the motion passes.
Motion passes. Thank you very much. So number 10 becomes number 8. Thank you very much. Agenda passed as amended. Item number 5, approval of the minutes, the meeting minutes from January 27th, 2022, the agenda prep meeting. If any errors, omissions, or any comments on that? I see none, so those minutes stand approved. Item number 5B, February 8th, regular open session, the minutes. Are there any corrections, omissions, or deletions there? I see none, so those minutes are approved. Thank you. Report of the chair. The meeting's going to be long today, so be prepared. And the only thing I have is that remind us all now that it seems that this COVID thing is dying off. And if the epidemic is subsiding, and with that in mind, in this situation, if the situation continues and improves, our April meeting may be held in person here. But I will keep in touch with staff who is also in touch with state. But that's the way it looks. That's the only thing I have to say, Chair. So now we will go to have a report from our VMS representative, Director Robledo. Manny, you got the floor.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Pleasure to be here today. I'm going to give a brief update of some of the board activities. As differentiated from the CEO report, we'll report on staff's activities. So I'd like to make this more of a just brief comments and open for conversation. I know it's a long meeting, so maybe not today, but if anybody would like to have a conversation, I'd be open to talking. The first slide is talking about our guiding principles. As an organization, we are the manager of the 3 mutuals, and we're customer focused on implementing the policies of United and GRF and Third. And it's all about the customer experience. So all of the decisions that the board makes is in that light, and we provide a unique perspective because we live in the village, and we hear and we experience how things are really going, and we try and relay that back to our general manager and improve things, continuous improvement, make things better. We strive for excellence. We employ the best practices that we know how, and we each provide our unique perspective to do so. Next slide, please. Recent example of efficiency was the restructuring, first with changing the CEO, COO into a CEO, general manager, more working type manager, and then having 2 high-level assistants, one in charge of operations and the other one in charge of services. So we have Carlos Rojas, recently promoted to Director of Operations. And in that role, he's in charge of maintenance and construction, landscaping services, security services, general services, all the work that's being done in the village. And then we have the other assistant, Catherine Lassiter, services manager. This is the customer interface, kind of like the cruise director, in charge of community services, corporate secretaries, records management, recreation, special events, in administration. So it's off to a good start with these two appointments. And next slide, please. In addition to the high-level changes within the departments, there are some good things happening. We had a elevation of Steve Hormuth to Director of Financial Services, Jose Campos as an Assistant Director, and then we brought in a new accounting manager within the Financial Services Department. So this is an example of streamlining efficiencies that are going on with the board input. Next slide, please. This is how the org chart is shaping up. I think all of the directors are in place, and then we must acknowledge some of the challenges that VMS has had in recruiting some staff. Like, for example, some of the clubhouses are still not open, but with COVID subsiding and there's a focus of out-of-the-box type recruiting, we're confident that VMS will return all of the operating hours to pre-COVID levels as soon as possible. Next, please. So one of the ways the board stays informed with a pulse of the operations, monitors operations, and provides direction to staff is through key performance indicators. These are measurements of how we're doing, how in objective numbers, whether we're meeting our objectives or not. So we focus on process. So when we review the performance indicators, we look toward process improvements, cost savings, quantifiable corrections that can be identified. From a board perspective, we are focused on certain areas that we feel are challenged. One of them is manner alterations and the time that it takes to complete the permitting process. So I'll get to a KPI in a second, but one of the things we're doing there is encouraging staff to look for ways to streamline. One of the streamline areas that's being looked at is coordination, better coordination between the Laguna Woods Village and the city, so that it's not as cumbersome to obtain a permit. It's kind of an analogy would be like DMV. If you can go in DMV itself, or maybe you go to AAA, you get a better service at AAA, but it's still a DMV type business that's being done, and we're looking at ways to work with the city to do that, maybe initiate the process in one-stop shop location. Same for resales. Next slide, please. So the key considerations that we have for KPIs is, as I said, it's an effective tool for management as well as the board to see what's going on and to make corrections. So one thing I'll say about it is they've been in place, and I think as a board we're going to review them after the strategic planning efforts that are going to be going on later this month. So we'll see if they're still relevant, and then see if they need tweaking so we can monitor the pulse of what's going on in management. Next slide, please. Here's an example of how they can be helpful. This was just presented to us. This is a graph of how long it takes to resolve manner alteration calls. And resolve means send the customer on the right track, give them the permit, the application packet that they need, or answer their questions. And as you can see, the tall one, 12 point, this is the number of days, so about 13 days in October of 2021. That is clearly unacceptable, but this shows both the board and it shows the staff management that there is a problem, and it was addressed, and now it's back to a reasonable level. So one of the things the board would do is review these and see, well, what is an acceptable level, and then monitor to make sure that the the operation is going so that we can stay within good, high quality, high levels of customer service levels. Next slide, please. So lastly, the board has asked for reinvigoration of customer service. Seems like these past 2 years we've had many challenges that have prevented us from interacting with our residents properly. And an example of that is our outgoing message. We've changed that to be a more friendly outgoing message versus bear with us with all the changes. So I think that's, it does make a difference as far as attitude. Our attitude should be, how can we do better? How can we serve you? Kind of like a Four Seasons approach or a Ritz-Carlton approach. And I think that has been implemented. And also there's a focus on getting back to people, acknowledging phone calls, acknowledging emails, so that customers know that they're in line and that things are working. So acknowledgement is very important. So those are some areas that we're working on for customer service. Next slide, please. Lastly, these are the email contacts. We have staff in the office, we have staff on the calls, but it seems like anything electronically helps relieve the number of calls. So emails are encouraged and they are responded to. Resident services at VMS Inc., as well as other means of electronically interfacing. But of course, you can always walk in and you can always call too. That concludes my report. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Robledo. Do we have any questions from the directors? Eleni Ross. Director Ross, please.
Yeah, a quick question. If you could pull the chart back on the alterations.
Yes.
I just had a quick question about that. It's about 5 charts back from the end. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I was just very impressed by the reduction in the days to resolve. I was just wondering what was done to cure that problem.
Well, people got well.
People got well.
Okay. But as I understand it, it was, we got hit with some sickness, but I deferred to our general manager.
Sure. We were able to fill some longstanding vacancies and then get a full cadre of people on board and trained properly to handle the incoming calls.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Ascari, do you have a question for our director?
Yes, thank you so much for taking my turn. There is a chart, a KPI, the first one, if you bring that one, although we cannot see on the Zoom somehow. But if you put that one, the first one on the KPI chart, there was 2 charts, the first one. It mentioned under the agenda of or process of KPI is cost saving. My question is, that is very, very nice, that focusing on cost saving. Is it possible that VMS sharing this cost saving with directors or residents? One of complaint that we receive as director, or I receive it a lot because my email is everywhere, they are sending to me. And that, for example, for one ticket, many times a staff going to fix one ticket. And is there a possibility we know what kind of cost saving is included and we know about that?
So
the first chart, there you go, here, right there. The second one is cost saving, emphasize on cost saving. Could you share what kind of cost saving? I would love to hear, and I am sure is a great tool for VMS if share this one with residents and with us.
So I think it's more along the lines of tweaking management to cost savings. So for example, if we had a KPI that was extremely overdone and maybe too good, maybe you could reallocate staff or reduce staff. But I think that the cost savings are done at a different level than the KPI. The KPI is just to tell you how you're doing. But I would also like to ask Siobhan to comment on that.
Sure. One example would be in the area of the swimming pools, GRF elected to change the hours based on utilization. This came as a recommendation out of VMS, and that saves money.
Yes, this part, Siobhan, we appreciate if we share in the paper or somewhere or resident notes and director notes. This one, for example, I am hearing from you right now. And not all of us goes to the GRF meetings. And it would be great if we know in the performance what kind of cost saving we receive or what a recommendation of the VMS is for cost saving. Specifically, I am talking about doing at the first time is not sending for one ticket 3 times staff in the unit.
Understood. We can
Thank you.
better publicize it. We do talk about it at the VMS board meetings, but if you're not able to attend, we'll have to find another method to communicate. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ascari.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I don't see any other hands raised, so thank you.
Director Lee has a question.
Who?
Director Lee.
Oh, Director Lee, go ahead. Director Lee, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, you have the floor.
Yeah, well, I have a simple question. No, the time to resolve has shortened quite a bit. Time to resolve means what?
Yes, I had the same question. So we're not done here. This is an example. Time to resolve means from the first contact, someone walks in and they want to change their kitchen. Okay, they got a response, they got the packet, they got the application. So the call was resolved, and then now the person is going to apply for it. The question I had was, well, is there a KPI for time to receive the permit? And we're working on that. So we're going to re-look at these KPIs, and I think we do need one, time to receive the permit, and that'd be a key performance indicator that we would want to have a handle on.
Okay, so time to resolve means when the first contact was made, it was taken care of. The first
Yes.
contact was, the problem was, the question was answered or be contacted. Is that what it means?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee. Director Casey.
Yeah, one of the things I've heard recently, one of the things I've heard recently is that somebody who was reselling, wasn't getting any response for an inspection. So, I mean, I know we've had trouble with people, staff, not being available and things like that, but just even get a message. I mean, the escrow company was calling and they weren't getting a response. So KPIs are important because we need to look at those things.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Director Casey. I see no other hands. So thank you very much, Director Robledo.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, let's move on. And as we discussed before and had approved, we'll now go on to number 8, which is now the CEO report.
Thank you, Honorable President, members of the board. This morning, I want to share some exciting opportunities for everyone to get out and get involved in things in our community. First off, I want to start with the 2022 Village Games. Registration is currently open for those. They will be held Monday, April 11th through Monday, May 2nd. They feature more than 20 athletic and sporting events, including things from archery, basketball, to progressive bridge and billiards, table tennis, regular tennis, and so forth. We also want to mention that spectators are welcome and encouraged. The registration packet includes an event t-shirt, closing ceremony invitations, and medal eligibility. Please register at the Community Fitness Center in this building for the Village Games, and that can be done during regular operating hours. Secondly, the 2022 Health and Wellness Expo is coming up. This will be held on Saturday, April 23rd, starting at 10 a.m. in Clubhouse 5. There will be sponsor host booths, lectures, and much more. The Recreation and Special Events Department will promote upcoming classes and events. There will be complimentary food, fresh juice shots while supplies last. Sponsor giveaways are available, and attendees who secure sponsor initials on the sponsor passport will be eligible for raffle prizes. I also want to mention that Equestrian Center tours are available Wednesday and Thursday at 2 p.m., Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 12:30 and 2 p.m. This is a wonderful opportunity to visit our horses and meet Sebastian, the village's newest resident. Sebastian is a rescued, registered American miniature horse that will play a prominent role in Equestrian Center activities. And lastly, as a reminder, there will be a transportation meeting on Friday, March 18th at 10 a.m. in Clubhouse 5. This will outline the proposal from AgeWell Services to possibly operate the village bus system. Discussion items will include financial impact, sale and maintenance of buses, and benefits to the community. I want to note that shuttle service will be available from Clubhouse 1 to Clubhouse 5 starting at 9 a.m. for those who rely on the bus service for their transportation. And that concludes my presentation this morning. I'm now going to ask Kurt Weeman, our Landscaping Services Director, to come to the podium and provide a brief update on the Canary Island tree project that is in its proposal state right now.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to see everybody. Last few times here, this place has been empty. I just wanted to kind of set the record straight. I'm not here to try to change anybody's mind about this project. I just wanted to put some facts out there and invite all of you to the landscape meeting this Thursday. I feel like I should be talking to them. To invite everyone to the landscape meeting this Thursday at 9:30 in this room. Just to be clear for everybody, if I guess you're all tree huggers? What is it? Yeah. Tree lovers? Is that derogatory? Tree lovers. Fiscal. Okay. Just to make clear, everybody, this is not a project yet. It's a proposed project. To go back in time a little bit, this project has been being bantered about between the board and the landscape committees for years, long before my time. And last summer, fall, during the budget process, I was tasked by the board to try to put together a project and fit it within our current budget. That was what I was assigned. I brought that to the landscape committee last March, where they gave me marching orders and definitive 6 bullet point things to look for in trees that they were concerned about. And we have identified 393 trees. That doesn't mean we're taking out 393 trees. We have identified 393 trees that met one of 6 characteristics, and many of them met more than that. As I mentioned, this is still a proposed project. It's not even before the board yet. The board knows nothing about it, or very little about it, maybe what they read in the briefs, just like you did. Built into the project schedule is 3 months worth of resident input. We planned on having town hall type meetings, resident advisory committees. There was no intent at all to shove this down anyone's throat. This is nothing secretive or anything. It was just something that's been going around for a while, and we decided to finally do something about it. And yes or no, it could be yes, could be no. But that's up to the landscape committee, and then once the landscape committee decides to go forward with it, it would come to the board when it comes to the point of actually awarding the project to the contractor. When the contractors bid it, we put out an RFP which states that the 393 is just the number of trees identified, and they shall not count on removing that many trees, that the number will go up or down, more likely down, and that they are to take that into account in their bid. We bid it early in the process so that we would know exactly what our costs were. Without bidding it, we wouldn't know. We used the cost estimates from the contractor that we have last time for tree trimming, and the current one we have tree trimming based upon their bid item prices, and those prices came out to be $800,000 or more. So we put it out to bid, and we were surprised to get one that was significantly lower. one that will fit within the current budget that we have if we go ahead with the entire project. So I invite all of you to come to the landscape meeting on Thursday. But just a few facts. That 393 trees, while it is about a third of our Canary Island pine tree, it is only 2% of the trees here. I received all of your emails. I've got all of them here, all 62 pages worth, and I have read most of them. And we will take all this into account. I met with some residents last week or so, and a lot of the theme within these is the environment, which we are concerned about. So I have contracted with an environmental group to do an environmental assessment of the project as it stands with the 393 trees, to get an idea of where we're at as far as the carbon offset, carbon sequestering, and the overall impact on the environment. So on Thursday, we will be discussing this more at length and possibly putting together resident advisory committees. So if anybody would like to be on those committees, just contact the GM's office and put in your name, and we will select people to do that along with the committee. I think that's about it I have. Oh, one of the big things I wanted to point out, a lot of the comments I got were, we're not taking out trees because they had shed pine needles. Out of the 393 trees, needle drop, only 86 of them were identified as that being an issue for that tree. Most of the other trees, 140 were identified as causing or potential causing infrastructure damage, and 142 of those are causing roof damages. So it's not like we're just doing this because people complain about litter. It's a asset maintenance thing. Our task, VMS is tasked with maintaining your assets, and your trees are one of your assets. So that's about all I have. Have any questions from the board?
Directors have any questions? I don't, Director English.
Yes, I have a couple of simple questions for you. The most simple is regarding the trees. Does that mean it's only pine trees? Because I've got a jacaranda that's a beautiful tree, but there's two of them right together, and one of them needs to come out because I'm sick and tired of cleaning my patio up. Now, the other thing is, when you came up with these estimates that you've got, are we taking a lot of money away from other projects that need to be done?
No, this is, we have a tree maintenance budget that has been set for this year, last year, and next year is proposed. So it would be coming out of the tree maintenance. So part of removing trees is you don't have to trim them anymore. That's not a reason to remove a tree, but it is one of the things that come out of removing a tree. You don't have to trim it anymore. So if we were to remove some of these trees, that would be savings in maintenance, because these trees are also expensive to trim. We did get an estimate for trimming, because these are all giant trees that have been neglected and not trimmed. So we got the estimate for removing the trees is $1,552 a tree average. And the estimate for trimming the trees on average is $1,320. So there is not much of a cost difference between removing and trimming them.
Thank you, Kurt.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Yeah, I have a question. Now, when we identified 393 trees that are possibly being removed in the future, now, did we have a group come in and did some kind of study done to determine this 390? How did we come up with the 393 trees?
My arborist, we were given marching orders, if you will, directions from the landscape committee, and I can read those to you if you'd like. Whether they're in groves of trees that are too close together, or they're in declining health, causing building conflict with roofs and gutters, have dense canopies causing turf growth, poor turf growth. Sorry, I forgot my glasses today. And causing an abundance of leaf pickup tickets or causing other infrastructure damage. Those are the points that we looked at. My arborist, we have 5 arborists on staff. We spent the better part of a year visiting every single Canary Island pine tree and evaluating it.
Director Casey?
Yes. Yes, I recently just got a report that shows the value of those 393 trees at $2,024,924. And most of these trees are small. They're not the real big ones. There's 37 that are 13 to 18 feet. There are 191 that are 19 to 24 feet.
Those numbers you're looking at are diameters of the tree, not the
Diameters?
height.
Okay, all right. So, we need to know, why are we going to pay $1,500 a tree to remove them? Because I looked online and saw a national landscaping tree company that would do it for $600, depending, or less if it's smaller. So, I mean, that's just what. How did
give
we
me their
choose
number, I'll call
those
them.
bids? How did we choose those bids? Do we just have a certain number of companies we work with?
We put the bid out to, I believe it was 8 different companies. It's a big project. These are big trees, and only four submitted bids. And to do a job this size, you need a large contractor. You need someone with cranes and large equipment. There's no way that you can do those trees for that cost.
My other comment is, there were 5 beautiful pine trees across from my unit on an area that was a slope. And one neighbor at the corner of that decided she wanted the trees out because of her skylight. And they took out 3 of those beautiful trees. I never got a notice. All of a sudden, all that equipment was out in the street, taking down those trees, which one of the trees had owls in that tree every night.
Oh.
They started there, and then they moved to a star pine every night at twilight. So they must have been nesting. I tried to find a nest the next day when all the trees were down, because that's a crime. That's a criminal act, to remove a tree that has a nest. I don't know if it had a nest, but every night, that pine tree right across from me had an owl in there. So, and plus, I don't want to wake up one morning and see all these trees with big red, X's on them that they're coming down, and then all of a sudden the equipment shows up. That's my comment.
Thank you, Director Casey. Thank you, Director Casey. Director Ascari, you have the floor. Where? Oh, I'm sorry. Director Blackwell first, I'm sorry. Director Blackwell, then the Director Ascari.
Thank you. I'm looking on the website all the time, and I can no longer find anywhere on the website, maybe I'm dumb, but I can no longer find the landscape manual, and I can no longer find the tree removal policy. So
They're on there. We did move things around in an attempt to make them easier to find.
okay. Well, okay, thank you. I'll keep looking.
Director Ascari, I'm sorry, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank Kurt for this action. You brought a huge unity to the community. I have never received this much email regarding to one subject, and this is good to know that people are aware and they are checking what VMS and what the director doing. But my comment is about one sentence that you said, that the difference between trimming and cutting is not much. Recently, a tree in front of my unit was trimmed. When I said recently, I mean last year. We are in 2022. It was happening in 21, but the trimming was amazingly poor. If we are paying the amount that you just mentioned, which was eye-opening for me, how much we are paying for trimming a tree, who is supervisor to come and see what they are doing? Even when a person passes and goes to another tree, I find a branches was overing and drying and almost falling, and he didn't even cut that. And when I mentioned, he back and said, "Oh, you're right. I will go back," and I cut that one. So my question is, how you choose the company that doing art trimming by VMS staff or someone, or how you as a head of the department really checking what these people doing? They might give you a paper that we did this much trimming. My concern is this money, some of them is really wasting if resident is not be at the ground when they are doing and seeing what they are doing to the trees. Please take action on that one, and I want to see I want to hear what's your process for checking their work.
Last year, we had a contract with West Coast Arborists. We were paying $100 a tree for a routine trim. They could no longer do it at that price. We rebid it this year, and we're paying $168, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, $168 a tree for a routine trim. The trim that I'm referring to on these Canary Island pines is a reconstructive trim, a crown reduction trim. These if they stay, which I'm completely fine with, they do need to be trimmed. They're overgrown. They haven't really been trimmed correctly in years. So the $1,300 price is for a reconstructive trim to bring these trees back under control to where we can maintain them at the $168 price going forward. Right now, we can't even make a dent in them. That $168 price calls for a 25% reduction in the foliage, which is maintenance trimming, which are two different things from what we're talking about here. And as far as, I'm sorry, as far as checking them, I do have an arborist that is out there with them all day, pretty much, checking on them, checking on their work, making sure they're trimming the correct trees and making sure they are trimming them correctly. One of the other reasons why we went away from West Coast Arborists and to the new contractor is the quality of the work. We weren't 100% happy with it. They followed all can't think of the word, trimming guidelines by the ISA, but it wasn't pretty all the time, and that's why we have a new contractor this year.
Thank you, Director Kurt. Director Torn.
Yes, thanks for the opportunity to share. I heard a lot of things about the residents, and they made a lot of great suggestions. So I'm here to share those information with everybody else. Okay. I thought we had our arborists will check if there's a bird nest there and make sure they will not be interfered. But based on Diane Casey's description, seems like either the arborist wasn't there or they didn't check it clearly. I want to know what's the procedure, and are we enforce that to make sure that the bird's nest will not be affected? Second thing is, now that a lot of residents are confused, so which one is which, are we going to publish the list so everybody can tell which one it is? Or sometimes it's probably difficult for them to realize. Is it possible that we put a yellow tag or something like that on the tree with the list of the reason that need to be, the general reason that they need to be removed, and if there's a question about that, can they sign their name and mandate number so VMS will go talk to them and understand? Maybe there are situations that, because you guys don't live there all the time. Maybe there are situations that you don't understand, and they want to share with you and let you know that there's some special situation there, like bird nests, like or situation that's on slope, and what are you going to do with that? Okay. Please, I have another question. Please agree with me. Okay. Yeah, if there's any question, I hope that we'll be able to inform the residents. When residents request to remove a tree, they need to get the permission of the neighbors, right? But seems like when VMS trying to remove the trees, they don't need anybody's permission. Just for say go ahead. and they'll do it. And neighbors don't have a voice on that kind of thing. So I hope that we can establish some kind of procedure, standard operating procedure before we do things to them. We'll let them know on what day, what time, and these trees will be taken care of, either trimmed or removed. That will definitely help out eliminate all the complaints. When I talk to residents, they all say, okay, that's acceptable. Then they will not be too upset about moving trees that they don't think should be removed. Okay, I think you also have a good reason. I explained to residents that it's basically four issues. The first is too much pine needle that make difficult to clean up and may cause big area wildfire. Second will be the pine cone hit on the roof and skylight breaks the structure. Third will be they are clustered together, so they're competing for resources. And green grass it's not easy for the green grass to grow.
Director Torn,
also,
is there a question here, or are we giving a lecture? Is there a question in here?
I'm trying to explain what I've explained.
No, we're asking you can ask a question. We don't need a lecture.
Yeah, my question will follow. Okay. And
you've already had 3 minutes now. Let's go. You've already had 3 minutes of our time. Ask your question, please.
Yes. The fourth response was we're going to remove those pine trees with the roots extended underneath the foundation and walkways. Am I giving them sufficient information, or am I misleading them? Please help out. Thank you very much.
Kurt?
To the first comment, Director Casey's tree, those were submitted by a resident to the landscape committee. There were signatures of other residents. The policy is to get resident signatures that are adjacent to the buildings, but it is the landscape committee's prerogative to override those requests if they choose. I mean, that's why we bring them to the landscape committee, because they represent residents. And all of my tree trimmers are certified, and when part of the certification process is looking for nesting owls. I know, Director Casey, you said you've seen owls in there, but you weren't sure there was a nest. We endeavor to never remove nests. We skip a lot of trees in our cycle because there are nests in the tree. We do not willingly remove trees with nests in them. As far as, I'm not sure what the other question was. As far as notifying people of the trees, we are in the process of mapping them. We've had to get new software to do that, so we are going to map all the trees, and we will work on that with the Resident Advisory Committee to identify those trees. We're not going to go out and mark them right away because we expect that list to get chewed down some. And once the final selection, if there even is a final selection of trees, then they will be marked for residents to know exactly which ones we're doing.
I have one more question.
Director Casey?
Yeah, so you mentioned the number of trees, the percentage of them. Microphone. You mentioned the number of trees and the percentage of that, but there's only 957 pines. And so to remove, 393 is a much bigger percentage. And also, I was walking out last night and I looked at, and then the other thing too is in the winter, when all the regular trees lose their leaves, the sound of the freeway gets so loud by me. And so if we lose 393 trees, how is that going to affect our sound from Moulton, El Toro, the freeway? We are a small area with a lot of traffic. And so, it was planted there, I think, to beautify and to reduce noise. So I don't know, have you, in that study you're going to do, is it going to consider that noise factor?
Yes.
I think it's important. and
And
oxygen.
all of these things that are being brought up will be hashed out at the landscape committee. I mean, that's what the committees are for, is to have lengthy discussions on these subjects. Not me standing up here isn't the place. That's why I invite everybody to come to the landscape meeting so we can have an open discussion and volunteer to be on the advisory committee, and we're going to work through this.
But one thing I heard was that we're going to vote on some contract for $600,000 on Thursday, you know, to go forward. So why would we do that?
The reason for that in the original plan that was worked out prior to when you were on the committee was to award a contract so we could secure prices, make the contract flexible enough, one, that we have the option to back out of it at no cost, and two, to have an idea of what it was going to cost us. So we knew if this was going to be a $5 million project, it would have been shelved right away. But it is affordable within the current budget, especially if we scale down the number of trees that are in it. That's all for this committee discussion. You know, you can, when it comes before you on Thursday, you can vote to table it, you can vote no. That's your prerogative. That's how this process works.
Thank you, Kurt. Director Blackwell.
Yes, this is a function of a constantly changing committee. Every year, the committee changes with people, and you have no idea how many have been on the committee for years and years and how many are just brand new. And so the brand new ones don't have the accumulation of knowledge, and we don't give them the accumulation of all the past resolutions and considerations. We don't have a stack of all the reports that the committee gets over the years. And we don't have a list of all the trees that the people have asked us to remove. So new committee members are always basically uninformed or lightly uninformed. They read whatever's in the agenda package at that time and have to go forward with what they think is the best move. So this is not that every single member of every landscape committee has wanted to cut off all the trees. This is a function of maintenance and condition of the trees and so on. But I mean, I first heard of this project when we were considering in 2019. We were considering putting this note in when residents requested removal of the tree. Was how many trees are there, how crowded is it, how dense is it? Otherwise, it was based on like moving the sidewalk or a sick tree or whatever. So you cannot deny removal of a sick tree. So if these trees have other damages, we don't want to say we won't cut them because they're beautiful. Because if they're ill, that's not a good asset for us, and that's not good. So we want to remove the diseased and damaged trees. But it is a constantly flowing committee. I mean, it's just rotating around. From month to month, in fact, one director can't come and another director comes. And so it's a little loss. We go forward, but we go back at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Blackwell. Thank you, Kurt. Thank you very much. Now let's move on.
Okay.
So now let's move on to our open forum. And Michelle and Michaela, can you help us out here?
Yes, we have several members in the audience who would like to comment on the tree project.
The first one is Catherine, Manor 82G.
Good morning, Chairman and Directors. Yes, I'm in 82G, Calle Aragon, and my manor backs up to the Serpentine Walk, which is very beautiful. I have to say that Mr. Wyman actually made me feel a whole lot better with what he was saying, because I came in here thinking, oh my God, you know, when's this going to happen and how quick is it going to be? And I know for me, the beauty of this place and is such a draw for people to move here. I lived up in Garden Grove for many years and considered Seal Beach or here. I came down here and said, this is the place. And, you know, I also thought when I first read that in the breeze, oh my gosh, you know, we're going to have to change the name of the place here. It's going to have to be Laguna Desert, not the Laguna Woods anymore. And, you know, so he actually made me feel a whole lot better. And there's a lot of people represented here, and I'm looking forward to hearing what they have to say. Thank you very much for what you do for our village.
Thank you for coming.
The next speaker is Vera Holder, Manor 787A.
Hello and thank you. As was mentioned, I'm Vera Holder in 787 Unit A, and I'm new. I came here in July of last year. I wrote all of you a letter where I requested a no vote regarding the removal of 393 Canary Island pines. Earlier, Vice President Blackwell mentioned where is the landscape manual and what does it say in terms of the resolution, and here it is. Whereas, and this is Board Resolution 0113-17, whereas February 12, 2013, that the Board of Directors adopted Resolution 0113-17 tree removal guidelines. Unless there is a purposeful reason, trees should not be removed merely because they are messy or because of residents' personal preferences concerning shape, color, size, or fragrance. They should not be removed because of view obstruction. Trees on slopes should not be removed if the removal will contribute to the destabilization of that slope. And trees which are damaging or will damage a structure pose a hazard in failing health or interfering with neighboring trees will be considered for removal. I believe, as I've read, there are 6 additional criteria specifically for the pine trees, and every single pine tree will meet at least one of those criteria. And that's not present in my information, but I'm convinced that not all 393 pine trees meet the removal stipulations concerning the resolution. Further, and anyone who has this large packet, you'll see what I'm quoting on the last 2 pages, a landscape committee report dated February 10, 2022. At the bottom of that page, a member said to consider how will you fund year 2 and 3? And these are quotes. He thinks it will result in a raise of the HOA fee. Director Blackwell made a motion to use the excess tree funds from last year along with money from this year's tree budget. The committee was in unanimous support. Mr. Wyman will bring forth a formal request. He just needed direction from the committee on which way they wanted to fund this project. It seems that this decision has already been made, and so I began with a request of no, but if it has been affirmatively passed, I would request a motion to reconsider based on Robert's rules as referenced in the David Sterling Act. And then united voices could be heard in a transparent manner.
3 minutes.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We have Michael Albert, Manor 363Q.
Good morning. My name is Michael Alberts, and I've lived here for 15 years. I'm an avid gardener, and I spend about 4 to 5 hours a day gardening around our manors. When we moved here, we looked at many manors before deciding on a Casablanca that was surrounded by many beautiful Canary Island pines. Unfortunately, the attraction of mountain-like views soon gave way to the sad reality of living with these extremely messy trees. Year-round, these trees clog gutters, blanket planting beds with several inches of pine needles. Pine cones constantly fall, causing residents dangerous conditions on the sidewalks, especially at night. Many people have fallen and injured themselves. During March and April, clouds of yellow pollen blanket everything in sight, including sidewalks, patios, balconies, and cars. The pollen causes problems for residents with breathing and allergy issues, which is something nobody's mentioned today, is the health hazard of that alone. Because of all these negative factors, Canary Island pines should be removed and replaced with non-deciduous trees. And I was wondering if the arborist probably knows, but there's such a thing as a Norfolk pine, and they're beautiful green all year round. They don't have pollen, they don't have pine cones. They do have some type of branches that fall once in a while, but they're not a maintenance issue. So that would be one of the possibilities for a tree to take their place. And the information we were given today does help a lot because we were all, we had no idea what was going to happen. So thank you.
Next.
We have Ann Beltran, Manor 854-0. Or O.
Good morning. Thank you for your service on behalf of all the residents. I oppose going forward with the mass cutting of the pines. My reasons are these. Up to now, the project has lacked transparency. I was really glad to hear Kurt say that we will have 3 months of public process, but I believe that should be before any contract is signed that extends beyond the 40 trees or so that are in decay and dangerous for that reason. Second, without open and adequate inspection by residents, such as I guess is being proposed by the Resident Advisory Committee, I do believe this mass cutting violates the tree removal policy, which Beryl just read. We need to understand how, in fact, each of the trees has been evaluated and the reason for its destruction. In the proposal put forward last September and found in the board minutes, reasons listed included, for example, being in a grove of trees. Being in a grove of trees. What are the woods in Laguna Woods if not groves of trees? Also, dense canopies that caused poor turf growth were included. This is a very misguided criteria at a time when the El Toro Water District tells us that the most important thing we can do is remove turf. Removing trees that are not dying is imprudent also at a time when our more frequent hot weather makes shade an efficient way to reduce individual energy costs. In sum, the criteria that Kurt was given do not strictly comply with the tree removal policy. Third, our process has been that the cutting of a tree depends on a decision rendered tree by tree with neighbors' input, not just some resident advisory committee speaking for residents in general, but neighbors' input. It feels like a bit of a preemptive attack on trees to initiate a project of this scope based on batching trees in order to achieve what may be some cost savings. While expertise is of course valuable in identifying decay of a tree, the neighbor's point of view is critical. And since only 1% or approximately 40 of the trees were found in decay, the impetus for a project of this scale does seem to come down to maintenance issues. And I don't think the need for increased maintenance should turn into a project of mass destruction. Fourth, this project has not weighed the benefits of these trees in our ecologically stressed times. I was very pleased to hear Kurt say that we will have some kind of environmental assessment. And fifth and lastly, what of the cost of the $600,000? We all need to hear more about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Lauren Letzenheiser, Manor 521C.
Folks, I will call security if people are being disrespectful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi there. I'm not opposed to tree removal, and I appreciate the work that the board does. I'm here to support you by speaking on behalf of due diligence and fair play. After the meeting, I'm going to send each of you a detailed list of issues I think need to be addressed as part of the board's due diligence. So maybe this will be helpful in the landscape committee deliberations. They relate to timing of this project, rationale, environmental, but member impacts too, and so on and so forth, as well as the write-down and asset value that you suggested. I have looked closely at the United Manual, Landscape Manual, and the tree removal policy. And a lot of my comments are based on that. As was stated, the policy says trees shall not be removed merely because they're messy. The manual goes on to reinforce that by saying trees will not be removed due to dropping of excessive litter, leaves, trees, cones, etc. Also, standard practice for over a decade has been case-by-case tree removal, not mass tree removal, and member consultation, as we've heard. And this has been true of every case that I can determine for the last decade. But reading through the Landscape Committee meetings, a lot of this is carefully adhered to. However, as has been said, VMS staff for some time has been interested in large-scale tree removal, and very frequently, and I'm heartened to hear that there's a variety of reasons for this, but front and center are things like difficulty maintaining turf and shrub beds, large accumulation of needles, litter falling onto nearby roofs. The vast majority of these issues with the 393 trees, to some degree, seem to involve needles, according to those reports. The manual says trees will not be removed due to excessive litter. Maybe that shouldn't apply anymore. The existing policy is straightforward and accepted by members as the rules of the road. It doesn't say, except if staff wants to do something different, or what's good for the goose really doesn't apply to the gander in this case. And the scale of the proposed removal is really audacious. Taking out not 20 trees, but nearly 400, affecting all of the households in the mutual, with the disruptive and extended tree removal operations spread throughout. I have a video of a Canary Island pine coming down a couple of years ago. It's a dirty, destructive business, and I'm happy to share it with anybody who'd like to see it. That would be repeated over and over again, every day, 393 times, or whatever that number turns out to be. I think the optics are terrible for a mutual with a serious insurance problem, somehow finding $600,000 for a large-scale tree removal project. So I'm hopeful by what Kurt has said, and I would actually say if we can give this sufficient time, whether it's 3 months or 6 months or whatever, to actually have member participation and careful planning. Yes?
I'm sorry, what was your name and manner?
Lauren Lutzenheiser, 521C.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren.
We have Mary Sinclair, Manor 501-A.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for letting me make my comments. I want to kick it off by saying to Kurt that I'm your #1 fan. I've never had anything but good experiences with landscaping, so I want to clear that up first. I'm really here, my message has to do from an environmental point of view, so that's the one angle on this. I oppose the removal, the mass removal, of the Canary Island pines in United Mutual. I strongly request the board to say no, vote no on the proposed contract, and also vote no on the project. United Mutual case-by-case policy for tree removal has been working, might be able to be tweaked a little bit, but it needs to be honored. That's what's in place. The biggest issue in my book that we all face is not picking up messy pine needles or balancing a budget. It's the reality, or excuse me, it's the facing the reality of climate change. The signs are everywhere here in Orange County. The fires, the heat waves, droughts, beach erosion, property damage, collapsing ocean life, the list goes on and on. To slow all this down, of course, reducing atmospheric carbon is the top priority, and trees are the answer. They're the most powerful ally we have to fight these relentless changes. They're unmatchable in their ability to remove carbon from the atmosphere. Just one 35-inch Canary Island pine can reduce atmospheric pressure by over 190 pounds. If you added up those 393 trees, that would come to over 75,000 pounds of carbon in just 1 year. And there are other things. In terms of monetary value, each pine provides tangible benefits worth $318, which put all together yields an annual benefit of almost $125,000. While the rest of the world is scrambling to plant trees, here in the woods, we already have an enviable community of mature, healthy, environmentally friendly trees. All we have to do is just not take them down. I oppose the removal of any tree unless it meets pretty much the criteria that exist right now: dying, causing damage, hazardous, or cannot be restored to health. We really have never needed our trees more than right now, so I implore you to protect them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
We have Patricia Cameron, Manor 226A.
Hello. I won't repeat what I've heard so eloquently already said by my compadres here. I am greatly opposed to eliminating this number of trees in the village. And I'd like to point out that we're not talking about just United and my neighbors. The trees belong to the village. I go outside United all the time. People come from Third and other places to come into the village. I have friends that come into the village to take a walk that don't even live here. So I was shocked and appalled, like most of us, of the number of trees that we've been talking about. So I would simply add a couple of things to what's already been so, again, eloquently stated. The Santa Barbara just voted in December 2019 this tree to be the tree of the month. And they applaud it because it takes no maintenance, it's drought tolerant, it harbors all kinds of wildlife. So I heard that, I read that they awarded that tree the tree of the month. I think that we need to challenge the comments that we heard about the maintenance costs. Why is Santa Barbara, if that's true, not putting in this kind of maintenance on these trees, and why are we maintaining and pruning them? So that's a question I think should go under investigation. Addition, Mary just talked about the environmental impact, which I'm greatly concerned with. One tree supports the oxygen cleansing for 4 people. And if you do the math, that's over 1,500 residents that these trees are helping with clean air. For us to take them out at this time in our life would be criminal. I really appreciate and sympathize with the gentleman who has this big problem with the trees in his neighborhood, and perhaps there's isolated cases that could get solved. But for us to be so cavalier about taking this number of trees out of our environment and out of our health is appalling. And I will be attending the landscape meetings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Collins, Manor 3306Q.
Good morning. I'm Chris Collins, 3306Q, and I'm here at the behest of the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village. And I'm here to give you a little update on what the foundation does at the behest of residents who are experiencing temporary financial crisis. 25 years and still going strong. Silver anniversaries are special, and the foundation is no exception. The Foundation of Laguna Woods Village will be celebrating its 25th anniversary this year, having begun in May of 1997. The milestone is really a tribute to the village, which has sustained it and made it possible, making our motto, which is neighbors helping neighbors, a reality. In fact, Laguna Woods Village is unique in the creation and continuation of its own homegrown charity, which focuses on the needs of the village residents. As to the foundation's start, the story which has been handed down from board to board relates that there was heavy rain and flooding during 1996-97, which damaged a number of manors. At the encouragement of our social services department, some very caring residents got together and arranged to give money to those people in the community needing aid in packing and moving as a result of the rain. This group of donors realized that they really fulfilled a very important need in the village and decided to formalize this arrangement. Hence, in 1997, they established an organization which is called the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village. More recently, though, through the support of the village, the foundation has spent over $1.2 million to ensure the well-being of village residents. This has happened over the past 5 years. Among its traditional services, the foundation provides funding for Meals on Wheels, Alzheimer's Day Service Scholarships, and individual residential financial assistance. More recently, the foundation supported the village's vaccination effort, and before the pandemic, helped fund a fall prevention program here in the village. We welcome your input, and if you have suggestions about needs which could be addressed by the foundation, please contact the foundation at 949-268-2246 or foundation@comline.com. And for more information about the foundation, how it is achieving its motto, Neighbors Helping Neighbors, please go to our website at foundationoflagunawoodsvillage.org. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michelle?
Susan Singleton, Manor 509B.
Thank you. I would like to start out by thanking you all for your time and dedication to the village, and also to Kurt, too. Thank you. My name is Susan Singleton. I've written a letter that will come to you probably in a few days. Right now it's being circulated. There are over 227 signatures as of today. A lot of the points in the letter have been made by our residents. One of the things I wanted to point out that won't be redundant was that there are native plants that can be planted underneath the canary pine, which is drought tolerant. And a lot of these, such as wild ginger, bearberry, wild geraniums, these are things that can be planted that take a dry to medium soil. Our quality of life will drastically change during the process of removing a lot of trees. And I think that was already brought up too. So the main point that I would like to reemphasize would probably be the EPA. There was another article that I had read. There is an abstract that is titled The High Biogeographical and Evolutionary Value of Canary Island Pine Populations. So that might be considered too, to take a look at the conservation of these trees for a lot of other reasons. I do believe there are a lot of solutions to cleaning up the pine needles that people are complaining about. But in our letter, we realize that there is a necessity to remove some for the health of the trees, to preserve the infrastructure and the buildings and so on. But to simply remove them for the abundance of leaf litter, we greatly oppose that. And we do appreciate the time that Kurt said we would have of having the trees tagged and letting residents comment for some of those, because we do appreciate the fact that they're habitats for a lot of the welcome wildlife around here, and the beauty and the assets that we hold. So thank you again, and see you again.
Thank you.
John Parker, Manor 789Q.
Good morning, John Parker, 789Q. First of all, I would like to thank the United Mutual directors who actually are here physically and not behind a black screen. Secondly, I would also like to congratulate Siobhan thank God this community had the wisdom to give you a chance to be our CEO. And I also highly support the elevation of Catherine Laster, another very competent woman. I am a licensed landscape architect. I am a retired professor of ornamental horticulture at Orange Coast College for 30 and a half years and taught an annual course in trees. I have no quarrel with our landscape department. With a complex and huge area to maintain, I think they have done and continue to do as good a job as anybody can. I am opposed to this consideration of removing 393 trees. I find it is excessive, and my big concern is that the end result isn't going to be any better than the current condition. The existing tree policy is sound. Adding these other elements, in my opinion, is not. But I'm also concerned about the various schemes to fund such a project. This should not be one of our priorities. We could look at every species of tree in this community and find pros and cons of why it should exist. But we have bigger fish to fry. It's been mentioned, and one of those things is the amount of lawn, turf, grass we have in this community. It uses more water than anything else. The state will dictate our water usage, and we will be absolutely struggling to pay our water bills because of tiered water pricing. We have too much turf, and we have an inefficient, ancient irrigation system. Removing turf and cleaning up or putting in a proper irrigation system are a huge expense that should be budgeted and prioritized by this entire community. This tree thing is a red herring. There's so many aspects of landscape maintenance. We could look at all the various things. It can't be perfect. It has to be what we can afford at a reasonable price. So I am totally against any continuation of this proposal, and I just say let's stay with the status quo and put our money where it needs to go. Thank you.
Done. It's good to see you, John.
There's Barbara Surrey, Manor 190A.
Hi, everybody. You can hear me okay? Thanks so much for allowing me to speak. I won't repeat what everyone has said, but I do really want to congratulate our last speaker, because we have to remember, in United, we are not using recycled water for our turf. And it doesn't look like that's going to change at all. So I was planning on talking about the transparency and most other points that have already been made. But what I did want to say in response to a couple of people and the mess of the needles is that we have a garden around our house. We've got 2 gardens. We have an atrium that's open, and we have tree leaf litter everywhere. It suffocates our garden, you know. But the thing is, I knew that when I picked that manor. I'm taking responsibility for what that tree does, actually multiple trees. I would never ask the board to cut down a tree because I was inconvenienced by the leaf litter, needles, whatever. No freaking way do you kill a tree because you made a decision to buy where you bought, okay? Because you loved the way the trees looked, you loved the shade, you loved all sorts of reasons. You live with it. Living things make messy things just like people do. Living things are messy. If you are worried about the walkways, let me just suggest we could use a bit more lighting. Where I walk down to the creek, there's only 2 lights. It's very easy to slip on those. So when you're thinking about safety, please think about lights too. Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have some email comments as well.
Okay.
Sandra Rosencrantz, 40103B. We oppose destroying those trees. Use the money to trim more often. Rosemary Panicella, 2045Q. I wish to voice my opposition to the removal of the Canary Island pines. Sorry about that. The many varieties of trees are an attractive feature of the Laguna Woods Village community. I enjoy our many trees on my walks and especially enjoy the shade they provide in the summer months. Eva Orozco, 550G. Another option, trimming them or have suggestions from the community. This is very important to many of us. Thank you, Eva. Diane Murray, 856A. Just a quick note to request we reconsider removing almost 400 beautiful, mature trees from United Mutual. I realize the cleanup issues prompting this quick action, but feel we have not even discussed other less extreme solutions. In the 15 years I've lived here, I have heard one guest after another say how it's the trees that make this place so beautiful. Please consider what this might mean to our property values, much less what it means to our environment in the current drought. Janet Stanvik, 550C. It was shocking to read in the breeze about the Canary Island Pine Challenge. This was the first time the residents of Laguna Woods heard about the removal of 397 trees and spending approximately $600,000 to do that work. A decision of this magnitude and impact requires input from the residents. I am asking you to delay this project until there is further input from residents. Many of us are wanting to take a more in-depth look at the situation. I am sure you can appreciate our concerns on something so impactful. Margarita and Jay Miller, 3460A. Please do not cut down the Canary Island pines that have been written about in the breeze and in recent resident letters published in the Globe. Our world is in dire straits, as we all know. Trees offer peace, serenity, and beauty to our lives, which is something we all need. The mission of landscaping, arborists, and tree trimmers should not be what can we get rid of, but how can we save what we have? Let's do our best to work cooperatively and smartly together to keep Laguna Woods a thriving and happy community. Do not remove the trees. Linda Keeler, 472E. Stop. We don't want those trees cut down. It is time you think about how we feel about it. Queen Vashti, 726P. Please do not remove trees, and that money can be used to bring back our gardeners on a regular basis. Ann Stupka, 2220A. Please vote no to removing the pine trees. Carrie Woods, 567C. As I walk around our beautiful village, I'm always looking up at our lovely, stately pines. I hope you will decide to let them stay as they are. Pat Rodriguez, 3407A. Please reconsider cutting the pines and maintain them at a fraction of the cost. We need these trees to combat our poor air quality. Ann Lester, 5399B. Please do not cut down healthy canary pine trees. Try to find a way to maintain them. All the trees in our community should be maintained properly, not cut down. Ellie Glome, 1054. Do not cut down 393 canary pine. It's environmentally wrong. Work on alternative solutions. Catherine Hungness, 102D. Please vote no for the proposition to remove nearly 400 pine trees. They serve a purpose and service for us all. The canary pines are fire-resistant, drought-tolerant, carbon-capturing trees and are an invaluable resource to us in this oasis we call Laguna Woods. Please keep our woods in the woods. Sally Ing Manson, 954B. Please, 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 please do not cut down the Canary Islands or any other trees. Trim them as much as necessary, but don't cut them down. The trees are one very big reason why we enjoy living here. Maria Fauer, 200B. You must absolutely oppose the cutting down of the Canary Island pines and any other place in Laguna Woods. Considering current climate change, it is an unintelligent and misinformed proposal and should not be considered. It is a complete waste of $600,000, which could be put to much better use. What happened to solar panels on our carports? Wouldn't this be a better use of our funds? Doris Helwig, 281A. Please do not destroy the Canary Island pine trees. These beautiful trees are a wonderful asset for the community. They give us shade, they give us beauty, and they are homes for birds and other critters. The money that is being used for this travesty can be used to hire gardeners to pick up the pine needles that some residents complain about. Please reconsider and don't destroy these beautiful trees. Selma Bookstein, 5419. As a former founder and president of the Bonsai Club, interested in beauty and environment, I strongly want the removal of the trees to be canceled. Maureen Meller, 415B. I am opposed to cutting down almost 400 canary pine trees here in Laguna Woods Village. We are in a drought, and these trees are drought resistant, capture carbon emissions, and provide shade. Please vote no, or at the very least, defer the vote. Spending $600,000 to further destroy the environment makes no sense at all. How could you okay this insanity? Our environment is dying, and you're trying to kill it faster. It makes no sense. Nancy McNally, 739C. I'm writing to protest the removal of 393 healthy Canary Island pines. I believe if these trees were pruned properly, the needles would not be such a big problem. Destroying them is not the answer. Please do not remove them. Linda Mandelson, 2404 2B. I would like to voice my opposition to the removal of the 393 Canary Island pines. With all of the talk around the globe about the environment, it seems ludicrous that you are considering this action. Please vote no to the proposed contract to remove 30% of the pines. Donna Hannah Chase, 171C. Please do not cut the Canary Island pines in the United Mutual jurisdiction. Consider only cutting trees that are diseased or in imminent danger of falling. My condo faces directly south. The sun would come directly in my windows if it were not for the Canary Island pines. The trees give me comfort and pleasure. Please don't cut it down. I can't bear to have you do this. It will break my heart. Please let owners request saving a tree by their condo if it's still healthy. Susan Nathan, 428C. Having lived here over 20 years and the second generation to do so, I am writing with a very heavy heart. Please look at the photos of Leisure World and see how many beautiful and healthy trees are missing now. So many were taken down due to frivolous complaints such as 3 tall palm trees taken due to a fearful neighbor who was afraid of waking up with a palm frond on her roof. And very true. I realize some of the elms went due to disease attacking them. Stop taking down these magnificent trees. If you do not stop, there will be one very happy and many others villager. I think she meant unhappy. More concerns about our beautiful, Christy Locker, 41D. More concerns about our beautiful village with the beautiful HOA dues. Pine trees, I'm hoping you can address these rumors and set us straight. Assure there will be no murdering of our pine trees. The $600,000 to implement this is ridiculous. I know trimming and maintaining their beauty and function is realistic and demand, and even it costs more than chopping its worth. Rona Henry, 870D. I understand there are plans to cut down 393 Canary Island pine trees in the village. I urge you to vote no. All the trees in the village was the primary reason I decided to purchase a home here. I would be very upset if many are removed. Layla Rata, 2243F. I'm writing hopefully to join with other residents who are in opposition of the removal of these trees. Laguna Woods and residents take pride in the beauty of nature here. Many residents are not able to easily leave their residence to travel outside the area, and they only have their immediate surroundings to enjoy the beauty and appreciate nature. Please reconsider the removal of these trees, as well as other trees that are healthy and provide beauty, provide shade, oxygen, water conservation, etc. Perhaps ensuring the health of our trees would be money well spent rather than the removal. Mohammed Alif, 2395C. I respectfully request that you do not approve the chopping of these beautiful trees. They provide shade and they clean our air by contributing oxygen to their surroundings. Most importantly, they will save us $600,000 that we could use for some other worthwhile project. Please consider that we are being charged almost $800 per month on HOA. Help us save the environment as well as our pocketbooks by not approving this unnecessary action. Beth Kammerer, 58D. I would like to weigh in on this issue of the removal of over 300 trees in the village. I am definitely not in agreement with this for several reasons. 1, aesthetics. 2, cooler due to shade provided by trees. 3, bird and animal shelter. 4, expense of this project. 5, source of oxygen. And 6, filter out ambient noise from the freeway and service streets around us. I'm sure other residents besides myself would like to be consulted prior to any drastically expensive projects that would seriously alter the ambience of this unique community. Transparency is one of the highest order, especially when you are there to represent us. Barbara Magales, 501B. I oppose the planned tree removal. Isn't there a better way to resolve the needle cleanup? Please table this plan until a complete evaluation can be done. In this time of global warming, trees are being planted, not removed. Christine DeYoung, 3361C. Please tell the United Board that the board members of Laguna Woods Art Association oppose cutting down the Canary Island pines. We all moved here to enjoy the trees, and unless you can prove they are diseased, it will greatly reduce the carbon uptake, raise local temperatures from lack of shade, and eliminate habitats for birds and animals. I personally moved here due to the number of trees. If hundreds of trees are eliminated, I believe property values will decrease and many will want to leave the woods. It will no longer have that park-like beauty. Steve Chang, 509A. Both my wife, Dorothy, and I strongly oppose the proposal to remove close to 400 Canary Island pine trees in our village. We learned this horrible proposal from reading the letters to the editor in Laguna Woods Globe. This larger than usual tree removal plan definitely is going to change the scenery of our village once it's done. 2 things should be done before it goes to be voted by the 3 mutual boards. First, a thorough scientific study to be done by 2 independent arborists on all pine trees and present reports to the board members. Second, send the reports to all residents to get their feedback. I don't believe all pine trees are sick, nor do I believe removal of sick trees is the only way to do. Many tree diseases are treatable and cost much less than to remove them. Most significant matter like this, our board directors never thought to inform all residents and get their feedback before they vote on it. It's a shameful practice of all 3 boards. Patricia Landon, 521P. I am writing regarding the proposed removal of nearly 400 Canary pines. I agree with many of the residents here who oppose removal of the pine trees. The loss of this amount of trees would definitely have a negative impact on our village. One of the reasons I chose to live in Laguna Woods was the beauty and benefits of the remarkable trees here. They reduce road noise, reduce my electric bill by keeping my home cooler, and put moisture in the air. They reduce dust, toxins, and provide oxygen. They improve our air quality. These are just a few reasons why it is important to ensure all pros and cons have been researched thoroughly prior to elimination of the trees. Perhaps the $600,000 allocated to this project could be utilized on working on the issues, not sacrificing the trees. Catherine Miller, 36F. We purchased a home in Laguna Woods 5 years ago. The 60-year-old buildings and cracked sidewalks were obvious. However, the beautiful trees and park-like setting helped in our decision to make this our retirement home. Now, a few misguided people have made a choice to ignore the fact that the trees provide shade, our climate is getting hotter, lower noise pollution, improve oxygen, and increase our property value. How many retirement age folks will be drawn to a place where beautiful established trees are being sawed and destroyed? Think of the sounds and sight of such damage. These trees are deep-rooted and can survive drought. New planting take far more water. Please reconsider such a short-sighted decision. Dale Futes, 109B. Please do not cut down our beautiful Canary Island pines. We moved to Laguna Woods Village for acres of trees, woods that we have here. And the Canary Island pines are one of the most beautiful trees in our community. Everything needs care in the garden. Leaves and needles need to be raked. Weeds need to be pulled. Having to care for trees is not a reason to cut them down. I can't believe that spend the time and go through the expense to collect our coffee grounds for composting, and then to have you remove these trees because you feel like they're too much trouble to care for. If you are looking to save money, I recommend looking internally to see how to become more efficient. Terry
Mr.
Ritter.
Chair, Mr. Chair, me.
Yes.
I think we are all talking about trees and trees and trees. Unless something else, I would like to make a motion
Well,
at this time for sake of time.
This is not an
Wait, you don't
agenda
have, you're out of
item
order,
upon
Director Blackwell. You're out of order.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Director Blackwell.
This is not an action item. It's not even been answered in
No,
committee.
we are hearing the same thing, same discussion, and we have to decide. So might as well.
Cash, it's,
If
this is not an item here for decision. This is just member comments. And we make no decision has been made.
We have
This
6,300
is
manors.
for- this
If
is
everyone
for-
wants to make a comment,
All right, let's
it will
come
be all-day
to order,
meeting.
please. Come to order,
Maybe all
please.
month meeting.
Let us finish these. We do not
Well,
take a
here-
vote today.
Okay.
Here's the deal. These are our constituents who have voted and put us here. And so I think we owe them the courtesy. I know it's long, but I don't want them to feel that their opinions are contempt. Thank you.
That is very true, I agree. But what I'm saying is maybe they just mention their name and then we proceed because the subject is the same.
Thank you, Director Cash, but I just feel that the residents have taken time to talk to us, and I think we owe them the courtesy of listening.
We have about 10 more tree ones and then about 7 non-tree related. Terry Ritter, 5497. I live at 5497 Paseo del Lago. I agree it is the wrong solution to cut down the pine trees, expressed by Mary Sinclair in her letter in the Globe. Maintenance has been very helpful with the upkeep with the pine trees, and we need to do everything possible to maintain and keep and protect our trees. No to the cutting of the trees. Upkeep is the answer. Marcia Goldstein, 2091C. My mother used to say, sometimes you have to stop and think, and that advice certainly applies in this case. The hazards of pine needles would have to be absolutely horrendous and well documented to justify eliminating the cooling, shading, water saving, and air cleaning benefits of trees. I am asking you to think about what you are doing before you undertake anything so environmentally destructive as cutting down hundreds of trees. Laguna Woods is prized for its diversity of trees and landscaping. So have a thought before you trash the concept of the original designer of this community. Gail Lewis, 3449. I do not live in United Mutual territory, but I do live in Laguna Woods Village. This means I drive to friends and clubs throughout our community. We are called Laguna Woods because of our beautiful mature trees. What you are suggesting, killing over 300 trees, is a crime. Yes, a crime. Mature trees provide shade, house numerous animals, and most importantly, capture carbon from the polluted air. If I wanted to live in a treeless community, I would have moved to any of the new senior communities in Southern California. One of the reasons I chose to purchase in Laguna Woods Village is because of our beautiful trees. Please reconsider your decision and use the $600,000 wisely for trimming and caring for our mature trees. Patricia Cameron, 226A. Regarding the recent article in the Village Breeze about this subject, as a resident in United, I am greatly concerned that removal of the trees has not been given sufficient study to warrant their removal. I would suggest delaying the vote to give residents not only in United, but throughout the village an opportunity to understand the financial, environmental, and social impacts and other reasons behind the proposal. The large number of trees is what attracted me to the village. I'm scratching my head over why we would ever remove this number of trees in our urban forests, a most precious resource of beauty, comfort, and climate control.
We have just a few more left. This is from Robin Ranson, Manor 815A. This community needs its trees, and the only reason to remove one is if it is so diseased that it will fall down. When trees are removed, animal habitats are removed, air purifiers are removed, shade is removed, and noise buffers are removed. Removal of the trees makes an area look like a barren wasteland. If a tree needs to be removed, then it needs to be replaced with a large shade-producing, air-cleaning, animal-hosting, noise-reducing substitute. Think carefully about what our community will look like without our beautiful woods. Thank you for your consideration. We have Catherine Van Camp, Manor 55G. To those in charge of VMS, GRF, and Landscaping Committee, I wish to add my voice to the many who have moved out here for the fantastic trees. Please do not remove any trees unless they are diseased or truly failing to thrive. We have lost thousands of trees already since the 60s, and I hope we spend our money nurturing, caring for them, and indeed replacing those lost. If shade impedes other landscaping choices, please plant something else underneath or find creative attraction solutions. Neighbors bothered by plant activity need to consider how lucky we are to live peacefully in this spectacular setting. Perhaps new neighbors should start signing something at purchase to acknowledge that Mother Nature does cause a mess sometimes. Perhaps we could have a regular Love the Pines days where people like me pinch in to help with the problem spots. I hope we will not devote a dime to killing healthy canary pines. Robert Miller, Manor 36F. After reading this article in the latest Village Breeze regarding Canary Island pine removal program, I have some questions and comments for the committee. These trees have been in the village since or very shortly after Leisure World opened, and planting of approximately 1,000 of them was probably too many, but they have added an appeal to the village with their tall, majestic presence, and I agree that their needles are a nuisance and maintenance problem. Removal of unhealthy trees is certainly required before they become subject to falling. Trimming or removing any trees that constitute a hazard to buildings is also required. However, I find it difficult to believe that 40% of them fit in those reasons for removing them. Providing additional funds for removal of needles from roofs and gutters will probably be cheaper than, in the long run, than paying for removal, stump mediation, and planting replacement trees. As a fire prevention effort, gutters should be cleaned yearly anyway. Leaves from deciduous trees clog gutters just as much as needles. The turf beneath them can be replaced with shade-resistant grass to improve the health of the turf and the beauty of the village. Given the above possible solutions, is there any way to reduce the number of trees to be removed? 393 disappearing seems to be an awful lot considering the size of United Mutual. J. Lessie, Manor 3024D. Dear United Board, this comment relates to today's agenda item titled Canary Island Pine Tree Project. My name is Jay Lessie. I've lived in the village since 2010 and am the founder of a group called Concern. We are COOP and condo owners, directors, staff, and others whose mission is to protect the architectural and landscape integrity of the village. The prospect of 393 pine trees being cut down is upsetting. Why was this proposed? Because picking up the pine needles is too much trouble, because the maintaining of the trees is too expensive. Based on that logic, we should remove all of our trees because they all drop leaves. Does this have anything to do with an alleged scheme where VMS gets a 30% bonus for any ideas they come up with to save money? Destroying trees to save money is not a good idea, nor worthy of anyone earning a bonus. Mature trees add up to 20% to property value. You can raise a building and rebuild it, but you cannot replace a mature tree. You must wait decades for that tree to grow. If you care about the aesthetics of our community, global warming, air pollution, and our property values, you will not cut down the trees. This is Laguna Woods, not Laguna Skies. Keep true to our namesake. Please save our trees. Gay Page, Manor 786C. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you in the boardroom today, so I'm writing this to ask you to vote no on the proposal to cut down 393 Canary Island pine trees at a cost of $600,000. This project is ill-conceived, ill-advised, and a misuse of our reserve funds. Under the Davis-Sterling Act, the board has a fiduciary responsibility to appropriately manage members' funds with disclose to the members how the reserve funds are being allocated. With the significant amount of deferred maintenance on the infrastructure throughout United, i.e. plumbing, sewers, aging buildings, etc., the reserve funds need to be preserved for those items and not be used to cut down trees. If the proposal was initiated 2 years ago and never disclosed to residents, this board has a responsibility to be transparent and conduct an environmental impact study on the loss of so many trees, initiate a public participation process that includes all village residents, and determine the value, health, and maintenance history of each tree using the Arbor Pro software program that the village owns. This is a landscape maintenance issue, and cutting down trees is not the solution. The landscape committees of all the village boards should collaborate to find creative solutions to clean up pine needles and improve landscape maintenance throughout the village. Just because someone on a previous board had a bad idea doesn't mean you have to follow through with it. After all, what is Laguna Woods without the woods? And the final one is from Mary Sinclair, Manor 501A. I strongly oppose the removal of 393 Canary Island pines in the United Mutual. I firmly respect the board to vote no on the proposed contract and no on the project. The United Mutual's case-by-case policy for tree removal, Resolution 01-13-17, adopted February 12, 2008, needs to be honored. Our biggest problem is not picking up messy pine needles or balancing a budget. It is facing reality and addressing climate change. Whether we see it or not, it is everywhere. Whether we know it or not, the rest of the world knows. Here in Orange County, the fires, heat waves, droughts, beach erosion, and ocean life are the result of climate change. Reduction in atmospheric carbon is imperative to slow this down. Trees are the answer. They are the most powerful ally we have in the fight against climate change. They are unmatchable in their ability to remove carbon from the atmosphere. According to the National Tree Benefit Calculator, 135-inch canary pine reduces atmospheric carbon by 191 pounds. This means 393 of these trees reduce carbon by over 75,000 pounds in just 1 year. In addition, each Canary Island pine tree annually raises property value by $245, conserves 107 kilowatt hours of electricity, intercepts 3,341 gallons of stormwater runoff, improves air quality by absorbing pollutants, intercepting particle matter like dust, ash, and smoke, releasing oxygen, lowering air temperatures, which reduce the production of ozone, and reducing energy use and pollutant emissions. Overall, each tree provides tangible benefits worth $318 every year. Our 393 Canary Island pine trees provide an annual benefit of $124,000. When the trees grow to 40 inches, the one outside my window is 42, the benefit increases by an additional $71. And the value would increase to $152,000. Beyond the tangible benefits of trees are quality of life advantages to residents: beauty and uplift, shelter from the sun, protection from the winds, reduction of noise from cars, green screens that offer privacy, cooler temperatures, oxygen-rich air, moisture environment, reduced need for landscape water, buffer against increasing power and water costs, safeguard against soil erosion on the slopes. They can even reduce blood pressure and speed healing. Here in the woods, we already have an enviable community of mature, healthy, environmentally friendly trees. All we have to do is protect what we have. I oppose the removal of any tree unless it is dying, causing significant damage, is legitimately hazardous, or cannot be restored to health. We must keep our trees and we must keep them healthy. We have never needed to protect our trees more than right now. We are each a steward of the climate legacy as well as our own trees. You will be speaking for us, the 6,500 households in the United Mutual. There's a lot at stake by removing so many trees. There must be a better way. Please look for it. Thank you. And that is all.
Thank you,
That's all
Michaela.
for the trees, but there's
And
still
thank you,
more.
Michelle. And,
There's still more, just not related to the trees.
okay.
Richard LaPointe, 514A. Please send this message to each United Mutual Board Director. Director Lenny Ross recently expressed concern that the banks and lending institutions are no longer willing to provide financing for a co-op. Eventually, this critical financial issue will severely hurt the value of each member's investment in a co-op. Could the board at least explain the specific reasons why this has occurred and what the members can do about it? Why are other co-op communities in the country able to get financing? Ron Grubman, 2023A. Full disclosure to establish credibility, I have a PhD in physics from UCSD and a law degree from Stanford, and have held various executive and director positions in the Silicon Valley tech community since 1975, including general counsel at several companies. However, I speak here only in my capacity as a resident. Specifically, I think the language in 12B objects which are offensive or objectionable should be deleted. The terms have no specific, so residents would be unable to ascertain what is allowed and what is banned. This is an invitation for endless litigation over this or that object, and also litigation to invalidate the policy itself. I noticed 12B refers to Laguna Woods City Code, which might be read to imply that the city code already includes such language. I was a bit taken aback by that interference since, in addition to issues of vague and indefinite, as the lawyers say, there would be First Amendment constitutional issues. So I looked up the cited section of the municipal code, and that section is limited to feeding of wild animals. It shall be unlawful for any person to feed or in any manner provide food for non-domesticated mammals, predators such as coyotes. This section shall also include a ban on feeding or providing food to raccoons, foxes, skunks, and possums. My suggestion would be to model our 12B language on the existing municipal code language and omit the phrase, or any objects which are offensive or objectionable. In this way, we will avoid a situation in which our hard-earned dollars will be paid to lawyers arguing over indefinite language in our rules. And we do have members on Zoom. Leland, 162A. If you will please unmute.
Yes, thank you. Yes, yeah. This is not related to trees. Spoke last month regarding the no lenders right now since August 11th, when NCB was prevented from originating loans as a result of Fannie Mae insurance guidelines. There were about up to 20 different lenders over the years that do loans here in Laguna Woods, and they simply need to sign what's called a recognition agreement. There was a misunderstanding that no one would sign that recognition agreement other than NCB, which basically puts our station in first position. In case there's a foreclosure, we wouldn't lose any money as an association on unpaid taxes or unpaid HOA. That would all be paid prior to the lender getting their loan. So right now we don't have any lenders. There's a simple, easy solution to get multiple extra lenders. They just wouldn't be Fannie Mae lenders. So is there any directors that were willing to follow up on this? I know the CEO talked about last month trying to get a meeting with Fannie Mae, but there's a lot of other ways to do that. Private lenders can allow residents to refinance their property for a short time if they want to do remodeling, for example, modernizing their manor. And also, they can. It would be a lot easier to sell some of the units that need that. So I appreciate all the comments on the trees. Very important, but it's pretty important to have loans here as well. And I can be reached at 949-309-6104, 949-309-6104, if anybody wants to follow up on that. And so it was a misunderstanding that there are no lenders allowed, and there's no, as long as they're willing to sign a recognition agreement, which puts the United in first position, it seems like any lender would be able to write a loan here, including a seller if they wanted to carry back the loan. Has that been helpful? I talked with 2 or 3 of the directors about this recently, so please give me a call. And thanks again for the tree comments about the tree.
Next, we have Bill. If you would please unmute yourself and state your matter number.
My matter number is 761, B as in boy. My last name is Bill O'Dowd. In 2018, I came to the board with concerns about safety and security in our area of the village. I was with you last month, as you may recall, with the same concerns, joined by neighbors who share my concerns about wall security, including several incidents of cut barbed wire and intruders having been found in our neighborhood, found and apprehended, as a matter of fact. I left the meeting encouraged by the statement that our wall security would be addressed this year. Then I learned that, quote, addressing the problem would be limited by board-imposed parameters that cap Shepherd's Crook's installation to 300 feet a year. My first response was disbelief, wondering how a policy so odd could be in place. As I thought about this, I arrived at a likely explanation. I think that the village, through its boards, is treating this like some sort of cosmetic problem, not like the serious safety and security problem we're bringing forward. When there are cosmetic concerns at our properties, what do? We set aside what we can afford and begin setting priorities. Maybe this year we fix the bathrooms, next year we replace the carpets, that sort of thing. But when there are safety and security problems, this is not the approach we take. When things are unsafe, we find the necessary money and fix the dang problem right away. Not over several years, a little bit at a time, limited by some predetermined budget targets. That makes no sense, and frankly, it's an insult to residents at risk. We all know that financial constraints are real, but money is still being collected, allocated, and spent. Large sums can be found, as they should be, to improve clubhouses, improve athletic facilities, to undertake expensive landscaping projects like tree removal, the topic of the morning, it would seem. This is all about priority setting. So, what priority does our board give to resident safety and neighborhood security? If it's not your highest priority, or if it's near the top of your priority list, what priorities, in your view, are more important? I believe residents have a right to know. I'm sure we have a right to ask. And if safety is a high priority, as we hope it is, then we need to know how you justify not securing this wall now. I think we provided ample evidence that there is a real ongoing problem, not just a potential problem, with security at this wall. If I have time left, I would like to add that DMS has been very responsive, but of course is limited by what they can do and what they can do by board policies. Mr. Rojas has responded every time I've called about a wall breach. He has security staff doing more regular inspections, as has been reported in the Globe and elsewhere. These efforts are much appreciated, but of course are not preventive measures. We are asking the board to do its part by authorizing the necessary funding, probably less than $600,000, that will be necessary to effectively
3 minutes expired.
Update this wall. Thank you.
Next, we have Peter Batten. 2072B. Peter, if you will unmute, please.
Oh, okay, that should be better. How's that?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. I live in a 3-unit San Sebastian, and I would like a little clarification on the new clutter policy. Specifically, are patio chairs allowed behind my manor? The chairs in question are patio chairs with cushions. One's like a rocker, one's like a recliner. They're designed for patios. I was forced to remove them because 2 of my neighbors called them clutter. The patio used to be used as a place to visit with other neighbors as they passed by on walks, and these chairs really helped the sense of community. Sadly, that's no longer the case because the last time this was brought up, the board said, well, 2 of the neighbors said that they were clutter, so that we have to go with that vote. This same neighbor also complained about our Christmas lights being too bright before they were plugged in. My wife was knitting out back, and they complained about loud music, and the only noise was knitting needles clicking together, and that my grill was creating smoke even though the grill had been turned off for 24 hours. All of this could be verified by security, by the way. So I understand that different people have different expectations for the community, but the board has to take each one of these complaints separately, case by case, and decide what is clutter and what is just neighborhood harassment. And so I would be curious to hear back from the board if I can put my chairs out. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Regina Lawson. If you would please unmute yourself, Regina.
Hi, I live in. Hi, I live in 424B. Hello and thank you. Some of my comments echo partially what previous speakers have said, but they're brief. Of all the trees in the village, I personally like the various pines, messy needles, and all the best. There are some trees I've noticed that are messier. Some may not really be suited to Southern California weather, and some may not be water conscious in any way. The dense canopies of the pines insulate the manor roofs in hot weather. Removing shade-providing trees is likely to result in higher energy costs to cool units. Are there any plans for further roof insulation to compensate for that? I have 3 of them above my house. And how much more water is consumed by those pine trees than the other non-native trees in the village? Could we possibly compensate for the extra water use by putting in more native species or non-native plant landscaping? Balancing. Find a way to make the benefit of the tree the benefit of the whole community. That was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have John Davis. John, would you please unmute?
Thank you, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes. Would you please state your manor number?
John Davis, 762D. Thank you all for your service. My question goes to process. I am curious what the board does after this meeting with the various comments that have been made. My predecessor, Bill O'Dowd, and I have spoken at the last 2 board meetings about the problem of the wall along our community on El Toro, just outside of Gate 1, between Gate 1 and Mothers, a very prominent part of our community, being topped off by 3 rusty barbed wires that regularly get cut and so that the wall can be breached. Officer Royhas has been extremely generous with his time in responding to emails from Bill. But I know that that's not the end of it. And I am really curious how residents can best follow up on points they are making when they simply don't ever hear anything further. from the board or any specific committee or individual that's been assigned to address an issue outside of the extraordinary responses that Bill O'Dowd has received from Officer Rojas. Thank you.
Thank you. And then there is one more email comment. It is from Tom2048C. At the last board meeting, it was decided to have a strategic planning meeting today at the end of the closed session that takes place this afternoon. This email concerns that meeting. I have 2 points I would like to make. One, I would urge the board to use this strategic planning meeting scheduled for later today only to develop a schedule and ground rules for these critical meetings. It is important to do any real work on a subject of this importance at the end of a long day and probably friction-filled day. I'm sorry, it is impossible to do any real work. Point number 2, I would like to suggest that one of the sessions be devoted to finding a strategy to break the ongoing cycle of containing costs without regard to the consequences, simply because the board believes so many residents can't afford any increases in the HOA fees. The board seems to feel it has to implement severe cuts to keep the HOA fees level. It is dangerous, fiscally irresponsible, and moving into the future does absolutely nothing to solve issue of residents who can't afford the HOA monthly payments. Do we even know how many residents here are financially underwater? If this is truly a problem, the Strategic Planning Committee should work to find a solution that more directly relates to and solves the issue of getting these residents some relief. These recent budget cuts are not sustainable. It will not help fix what one of the directors said in his election campaign was a huge issue. Some residents have to choose between filling their prescriptions and paying their HOA fees. In conclusion, I believe one of the goals of the Strategic Planning Committee should be to uncouple these two issues and find appropriate strategies for keeping our fees realistically low. And separately, figuring out how to give some relief to our fellow residents who are truly in need. And that is the last of the comments.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, now let's go on to response to open forum comments, speakers. But I want to like to say, I'm really impressed with the response we have from residents today on this tree thing, and also the Zoom. But I hope now on Thursday, we're having our landscape committee meeting, and I hope a lot of you will show up to give direction to that committee. You know, our committee members represent you and what you want. So that's all I have to say, and thanks for the attendance. I really am encouraged by your attendance. Okay, Director Blackwell?
Thank you. I have a couple of comments. I'm sure Lenny Ross will talk about the loans. The agreement, recognition agreement is what hurts us as far as loans. We do not have any companies that have approached us in the last couple of years, and some have worked on it, that will be willing to sign the recognition agreement, which puts United in first place should there be any shortcomings. And so United gets the payment when the unit is sold. And the other people who make loans always want to be in first place, and we will not let them do that because the unit is only owned by us, not by the member. The member is simply renting the unit in effect. So that recognition agreement is our safety, and we cannot give that up. As far as the gate, the Shepherd's Crooks are on the M&C project log. That's available on the online all the time. We have done all the way around from gate 3, or actually at the temple is where it starts, all the way around from gate 3, all the way around to the front, all the way around past Gate 1. I thought I saw it behind Mother's when I went around last weekend and looked all the way around to Gate 2. It is only the area between Gate 2 and the high school that is undone yet. That's what I saw when I inspected this weekend. So the Shepherd's Crooks are up there, but it is a 10-year project. We are not nearly done. So it will continue. It's not like we can send somebody out right now. We have a contract with a company who does it regularly every year for a certain amount. The fact that they haven't gotten to the last units is burdensome for them, but it will happen. It will happen, but I can't say when soon. They can't put up a little bit for them and not for the others. They can't go like this. So that is a problem that cannot be solved. It isn't willful intent to disregard. Let's see. I think that's all. I just encourage people to read the project logs for the M&C. It is a very informative piece of material, and every member who wants to be informed, read the project logs. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Blackwell. Director Casey.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on one thing that was talked about.
Please turn on your microphone.
Mike.
Always forget. One comment that was made earlier about the Landscape Committee meeting. Now, I'm brand new to the Landscape Committee. I'm brand new to being a committee chair, and even though I've tried Robert's rules, but I'm going to approach things differently because it's serious, and I was just kind of a little pushed over at the meeting last time. For one, when Kurt brought up his Canary Pine project, it was not on the agenda. He was going to talk about something that wasn't on the agenda. And one of the things he wanted to accomplish was just that he would get some direction on whether or not he could push it out for 3 years or do it all in 1 year. And when a motion was made by Maggie, it was not seconded right away. There was an interruption, and then Kurt said, well, I'm not really after a motion right now. I just wanted some direction. And then, it became some kind of a direction, but it might have looked like a motion, but it wasn't a motion. And Eve put that in the minutes, and I sent her an email, and I told her, no, that's not what it was. It wasn't really a motion. And unfortunately, when she revised it, it still looked like a motion. And so that was not a motion. So I am going to say that will be corrected on Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Casey. Director English.
Yes, Diane and Chairperson. I would like to say that I believe, I could be wrong, that every agenda item must be disclosed. And that's a Davis-Sterling requirement, I believe. I may be wrong, but I don't think so.
How can you prepare for something that's not on the agenda?
You can have it removed from the...
Director English, you finished?
Thank you.
Director Ross.
So I wanted to thank all of our members for bringing this pine needle issue, the Canary pine issue, to our attention. I think you've done a great job, as all of our members have, either in person or by email. And I've learned a lot from listening to you. And please understand that this is the beginning of the process. We're going to be doing a lot of more studies, and we're going to hearing a lot more from you before we make a decision whether to go ahead or not go ahead. I think it's important to make sure that if we do cut the trees, that we're cutting the trees for the right reason, that we're cutting the trees because they're dying or causing damage to the foundation, and not because of pine needles. And so, again, this is the beginning of the process. And I'm hoping that, as Tony said, please come to our landscape meeting, because we're going to be furthering the discussion of it at that meeting and beyond. The second issue I wanted to discuss real briefly is the issue of loans for our community, loans to refinance and to borrow money in order to finance the purchase of the property. As you know, the reason is that we don't have financing now is because we don't meet the requirements for insurance that Third has. We currently have replacement cost value we have insurance under replacement cost value. And in order to increase our insurance to meet Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac requirements, we would have to increase association dues to everyone by about $100 a month. And therefore, we've taken it upon ourselves to discuss this issue on item number 13 and set up committee. There's a committee set up by GRF, and we're going to be talking about this issue and how to resolve it. It's a big issue because it's important to have financing available. About 1 out of 4 people, including me, qualified to move into Laguna Woods because we were allowed to finance our properties. If we didn't have financing, I wouldn't be here today. So I think it's important to have financing available for improvement of our property values, and it's an issue that has to be resolved. But we are taking it very seriously, and we're going to be talking about it later on in our meeting, and we're going to be setting up a committee or working with a committee to resolve that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ross. Director Ardani.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank you, all the residents. I am impressed for the unity and the concern about the trees and the removal of those. And I'm really happy, but I'm happy and proud that I'm living in this community with these residents. And I just want to thank you all. And I hopefully for every problem that we have in the community, we see this concern and unity. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Ardani. Director Torn.
Thanks for the opportunity to share my thoughts with the board and all the residents. First, I want to say, right now we seem to stuck with the concept that we have to be in the first place in the recognition letter, and that is causing problems, got us into troubles. Can we try to get, maybe we can be the second place, as long as there's a sufficient left over for us to take over. We don't need to be in the first place. For example, if we insist that they put down at least 20% of the loan, now they are putting on cash, so I don't see any problem that they can put on 20% of the loan. Then maybe we can, when we have to terminate the membership, sell the property, well, at least we have the 20% to recover. Okay. Right now we're talking about $20,000. Maybe we can drop down the $20,000 limit of membership closing to maybe $5,000. So there are manipulations we can do to make sure that we get that kind of treatment. Also, by the way, most people thought it's like a mortgage, but actually it is a loan. Although Fannie Mae takes this kind of loan, so you can think of a mortgage, but they really don't have deeds to cover that their mortgage. Okay. The second thing is the shepherd cook. I understand we have priorities, but one serious issue that we run into is they are schedules. But one serious issue we run into is they are priorities. Is it possible that we prioritize them so if it is important issue, important problem, then we can jump on it and solve the problem rather than say, oh, we understand you have problems, but it's 3 years later that we'll put it on. Okay, can we switch that, move that section to the higher priority and then make it work, make a win-win situation, everybody's happy. Okay. Also, we have all these concerns. Thank you very much for all the members. Share with us your concerns. We're going to summarize all the concerns. When I talk about these issues, I only thought there was 4 issues in there. Okay, but turn out there are so many different concerns which I don't know. And that's the way that this organization works, is that board director will try to make the best decision, but we don't know all the concerns. Now that everybody share their concerns with us, it is very important to summarize all the concerns and start discussing it, okay? And my last question is, one last member comment about strategic planning. Very good point. But I forgot to write down what's the manual number and the name. Can somebody send me information or tell me who this person is and what's the manual number?
Tom.
I would love to talk to this person.
I think
Okay,
it's
cool.
I think it's Tom at 2048C.
2048C. Okay. All right. All right, Tom. I'll stop by and chat with you on this issue. And this is very important that we need to talk about these things. Thank you very much. And really appreciate all the members' contribution on this tree matter. Glad everybody's getting involved. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Torn. Who? Diane? Pat?
Yes, with regard to the acknowledgement form and the signing of it, it's very, very important to us. We cannot afford to be in second or third place or anything like that, because if we do, our delinquencies will go like this. And that's something we definitely do not want. And you're talking to someone who's held a real estate license in 3 states, Oregon, California, and what's the third one? Oregon, California, Hawaii. And Hawaii, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Director English. Director Casey.
And then Siobhan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you want to go first?
I just wanted to take a moment to respectfully request that the board
If
not...
you forgot us again, Dr. President.
You're out of order. You're out of order. Go ahead.
I would like to take a moment to respectfully ask the board not to mention employee names when they are making comments. We try to keep personnel issues aside from the board. Thank you.
That's a good point. Robert's rule says that also. Diane Casey?
I was going to say, the recognition agreement is not the issue on getting loans. It's what it is Fannie Mae wants us to have 100% insurance coverage. So we can't do that. So how are we going? We have to lobby and get them to relax it like they have in the past. So, it's not necessarily who the lender is or the recognition agreement, it's insurance. Thank you.
Director Lee.
Yeah, I feel like now we're really get back into working, because I am so glad that we're in a boardroom, actually, face to face, and see all these residents coming to bring us the comments and show their interest. I could really feel the love they have for the Laguna Wood Village, where we all live. And I'm so proud of them. And I am looking forward. I've never had this kind of enthusiasm since I became a director. And today was actually a really a pleasant meeting. One thing, but not the least, that I would like to clarify for those who are watching the TV too, is that all these commotions were caused by, I guess, the article in the Breeze. And I want everybody to know that Diane Casey, Director Diane Casey, although her name was on it, she did not write it. And I think it's very important for us to clear her name. She had to defend herself for something that she didn't do or she didn't know anything about. So, and it can happen to all of us. We make mistakes and we can find ourselves in a very awkward position where we have to defend. So I hope that this doesn't happen.
and we're looking forward to work together. And we have this huge project of landscape committee and also the insurance. All these serious things are coming up, and I'm really excited. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee. Director Ascari. You're muted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry. Yes, it's my turn to talk about the issues that said. Yes, I wanted to thank all the residents for their awareness and how they are really concerned when something such a thing like cutting 300, almost 400 tree comes. However, this issue came to the board with all of these emails and people based on an article that was in Village Breeze for February and March. This shows that our residents are aware and they are reading. They are following us and they are following what's going on in the board. In that article was under the name of Director Casey that wrote this article. However, about 2 weeks ago, a week ago, I received almost 40 emails from residents that running, and Director Casey sent a mass email that she announced to the residents she didn't wrote this article. She never even gave permission under her name, and she has no idea about this article. At the same time, I received circulated emails that Director Blackwell sent in response to a
Director Ascari, you're out of order. We're not supposed to be mentioning directors' names by name. That's out of order.
Okay, one director. Well, it is very important. Let me finish, and you can see it's important or not, Mr. President. Director Blackwell announced that she wrote this one. My question is, if she has, as I heard, 14 years background in a law office.
I'm going to tell you again, you cannot mention another director or staff's name. It's against Robert's rules and against David Sterling.
I am not announcing. Okay, I am not announcing. My question, is this ethical issue in the board or not? Can someone under other name publish in the public or not? This is my question. The concern about tree was said very well by the residents, but the concern of ethical issue is more important right now. Can a resident, can a board member without permission of the other board member without name can write and publish, even private, not publish, but she publishes? Where is the ethical issue here? That's my concern. And the concern of those people that emailed me. I didn't know until I received this email. Why you said stop her? Because it's against you? Why I should stop? Why? Resident can hear, Mrs. Blackwell.
You're out of order. Now, this is the last time. You're out of order. You're out of order.
Okay, Mr. President, you answer me. Is this ethical issue or not? Is this a legal thing or not? Mr. President?
This is response to open forum speakers. That's what we're supposed to be doing right now.
I am responding to 35 emails that I received. I promised them that I bring this one.
This is not members' comments.
I am responding. So who is responsible for this?
You're out of order. Director Torn.
Oh,
Okay. I have the same concern. That is, can any board member write up something, publish it without?
Director Torn, we're on item number 10, responses to open forum speakers. We're not in, this is
Right.
not a time to give lectures about anything.
We want to. Okay, I want to do that. Okay, so I want to let all the residents that talking about cut trees information. Thank you very much for your recommendations, and I also want to thank you that you joined coming here. But I want to let you know that this is totally a big mistake, and there will be a big ethical issue that we will talk about. Is some board members that. Use published information without the authorization of the person who under that person. So there will be issues. And I also appreciate all your comments. Okay, this brings up a good issue. Is that hello? I also want to bring up the issue that all the committee meetings. Can we?
We have a director that says orders of the day, and the orders of the day is that this is comments on the open forum, not a chance to lecture.
I am commenting on that.
No, you're not. Okay. You're giving a lecture.
So my question at this point.
11.
Well, apparently there are some board members who don't want to talk about these ethical issues.
11.
They will do it, but they don't want to talk about the issues. Okay, but I would encourage that all the United members participate in this kind of discussion and improve our communication. Make sure there's no such things happening in the future. Okay, so I will discuss this issue because. Some board members just don't like us to talk about this issue at this point. Okay? Thank you very much.
11.
All right, we're going on to item number 11.
11.
It's 11, consent calendar.
Yeah.
Mr. President, may I address the board for just a moment on this?
Yes?
I understand that this is out of order. It's not part of the comments, but it's very, very important for me that you all understand that we rely on our editorial board to submit information to us. I want to make sure that it's very clear that this was not a staff error. We are very, very committed to the truth and to being as transparent as possible. And this incident does not reflect well on the efforts of staff and why the breeze exists. So we'll take every action to make sure it doesn't happen again. It was unfortunate for us. There's no way of us knowing that somebody didn't do that because each board funnels us their content. So I just want to make sure that the integrity of our communications is not tarnished by this.
Yeah, and let the residents know who you are, please.
Oh, that's a good point. I'm assuming you all know me. My name is Eileen Paulin. I'm the Director of Media and Communications.
Thank you, Eileen. All right, we're moving on to
consent calendar.
The consent calendar. Let me remind you people at home and people around here, these items, we have 6 items on the consent calendar, and they're items that have already been, we have consent items, and these consent items are items that have already been discussed by your committees, and then we can go over them. If someone doesn't like them, we can pull them off. But we'll go through, there are 6 of them here that we need to get approved. And number A is...
Anthony, you don't usually read the consent calendar.
Well, I was going to move that we accept all the consent calendar items, starting with A, B, C, D, E, F.
Well, we can try that, but they could ask us to go item by item. All right.
I second that motion.
Okay, I thought you would.
We have a motion on the floor to accept the consent calendar, A, B, C, D, E, and F as written. We have a second from Director Blackwell. We have a vote.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and no, is there any opposition?
I don't have my monitor here, so let's have.
Is there any opposition?
Yes.
Well, I don't have the monitor.
We
here.
don't either.
Do we have any opposition?
Here.
All right, the consent calendar there, I see no opposition has been agreed to.
Great.
We'll move on to 12, unfinished business. Recommendation from the Architectural Control and Standards Committee. Number 1, recommend and consider a variance extension request for 729D Avenida Mallorca. Now, let me tell you, I head the Architectural Committee, and we almost didn't have a quorum thanks to Director Casey and Director Blackwell. They showed up, and we had a quorum. We were able to conduct our business. And this item did not come recommended from the board, probably from staff. So what do we want to do with this? Anybody want to speak on this?
President Liberatore, we do have staff present if you'd like a brief presentation.
Sure.
Bart Mejia is our Assistant Director of the M&C Department.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members. The report before you is a request for a time extension for Manor 729D for an additional 6 months to allow the applicant to complete construction during the period of non-rainy season. This item, as it was mentioned before, was presented to the ACSC committee. The motion to approve failed on a 1-to-1 vote, but we're bringing this for your consideration to consider either its approval or denial. That concludes my short presentation. I am available to answer any questions.
So I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
What?
Yes. Cash, Director Aquifer?
This is Lenny.
What, or I'm sorry, Director Ross.
So I had a question. What is the extension of the variance to do what? In that particular manner?
Well, it's in your packet, Director Ross.
I know, it's very.
Can you?
So the construction work has not started. The extension is to allow for the construction to take place outside of the rainy season.
Okay, you mentioned something about demolishing something, or is it, or what is, maybe I should read it, but what is the specific request to do what at the manor? Is it to, what is the manor owner wanting to do, needing to do?
So let me refer you to your package where we attached a complete copy of the application as well as the proposed improvements. The proposed remodel involves quite a few rooms, and some of those require that the roof be reconstructed.
Yeah, so here in the staff report, it says a recommendation, consider the shareholder request for an additional 180 calendar day extension for the existing mutual consent and variance. Do you have a copy of this, Director Ross?
Yeah, I just didn't get to it. Okay. Okay, thank you.
So it's just a matter of time, right? Do we want to grant that?
Well, it says here it's just a discussion, right?
12A.
And Director Blackwell, you are correct. The request is for an extension of time only. It does not change any of the terms of the proposed improvements.
But again, the committee did not approve the extension.
Well, originally it was voted down. Now it's on here for discussion. There was only we had a quorum. Only 2 of us voted, and it went down. So now we're up for discussion. So what do we want to do with this, directors?
Director Asghari has her hand up.
Excuse me?
Director Asghari has her hand up.
Director Asghari?
I don't understand why this should even come here. This is just extension of the time as I understand right now. Is there any problem that we should discuss or something? If just extension is already gave them this, then what we are going to lose or what is at the, I mean, I am just totally confused why we should even spend time on that.
Thank you,
Just
Director
extension
Scarlett.
of the time that a board member, I mean, a resident wants to do some whatever they wanted to do in their unit and got the permission, and the whole this is just extension 180 days, and we had in the rainy days, and now they wanted to do. Is there any problem if we pass that one? I wanted to know why. What is the problem?
Well, Director Scarlett, there's no real problem except a perceived problem, and it's called Me Too. This has been several extensions, and if you're going to do it for a director, and you refuse to do it, listen to me, and if you refuse to do it for anybody else, then they're going to say, they're going to cry foul. So, I mean, I'll go along with what the board says, but there's something called Me Too. If you do it for him, you've got to do it for other people, or you're going to be called discriminatory.
So anyway, as I said, I don't see any problem. My vote is just don't spend so much time and let's pass it. Give 180 days to see, to doing their job. Whether it's better.
Director Casey.
I think Pat had heard
I
something.
just wanted to say that it's a conflict of interest because Basani sits on this board and he's voting himself, so he should recuse himself.
Director Casey.
Yeah, I mean, I know he has.
Please turn on your microphone.
I know he has asked extensions before for his other property. I don't know why he, has to have all this extra time. And do we give that kind of time to other members if it's denied? So.
Director Aquacar.
I would like to add one more thing here, because this has been going on for 2 years. Let this be the last extension we provide. This is getting, otherwise it'll be considered as favoritism to a director.
Anybody else? Director Torn.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I think the rule should be if you don't have any good reason to deny it, you should deny it. Rather than I have this fear, okay? Everybody has fear. If fear is the reason to deny anything, okay, that is not good fiduciary responsibility to, be on the board. Okay, anybody can have a fear. So if there is no good reason to deny his extension, let's just approve it. Okay, don't make it sound like I have a fear, so I won't even allow the first one. I won't even allow the second one. I won't even allow the third one, or things like that. That's totally uncalled for. That's not what our job is, to live on the fear, to base decision on the fear. Okay? Thank you very much.
It's not fear. It's a matter of following rules. And if you do this for this individual, you better be prepared to do it for other individuals. Director Blackwell.
Thanmay I? Thank you.
Oh, you're up.
Thank you. I'm looking at.
Well, you rebut my question. You
I
rebut
am.
my statement, and I can't.
You're out of order. You're out of order.
I am looking at page 1 of 26 at the bottom of the paragraph. This is the staff report. Staff authority to allow extensions is restricted by a board resolution where work shall be completed within 180 days of the permit issuance date. If the previously approved alteration is not completed in that time, the shareholder may be granted a one-time extension not to exceed 90 days, and the conclusion of the work not completed in the extension period will be approved at the discretion of the board. And now we have here a new 180-day extension of time would establish an expiration date of October 10, 2022. How we get from a 90-day approval, which is what I believe this consideration should be, to a 180-day approval is puzzling to me. I would move to approve the recommendation only for 90 days.
We have a motion on the floor to approve
Second it.
90 by Director Blackwell. It's seconded by Director Casey. Do we have some debate on this? Any more debate, or are we ready for the vote? Director Ascari.
Thank you. Please understand, in the last few months, and I should say the last 2 years, the whole world wasn't the usual world. Right now, I am looking for electrician. I cannot find. I called almost 10 of them, and they are not even responding. So finding someone to do it, the job, and be licensed and be matched with the protocol of the Laguna Woods is a hard things to find. I don't understand why it should be so. It's not going to hurt us or hurt things if you give 90 days or 180 days. I know some directors, they want their words only be followed and whatever they said it. But why we should make it? I think the only problem in this one is the owner of the manor. That's it. If the owner was someone else, this never would come to this board. Please make that 180 and be done.
Well, unfortunately, we have a motion on the floor. You're not paying attention. And the motion is to grant a 90-day extension, not a 100-day extension. That's what we're debating right now.
Let's answer this.
We can make an amendment to that, 180. It shouldn't be whatever the.
Well, you're not listening. We have a motion on the floor that we're debating right now. Now, if you want to make an amendment to the motion, state so.
Okay, I make amendment to be 180 because of the situation in November, things that we had it. I cannot find electrician with the license. I am in this situation. Yeah. I cannot understand other reasons.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. We have an amendment to the original motion to make it a 180-day extension. Do I have a second?
Yes. There was a second.
Okay, thank you.
Staff.
I didn't second.
Come on, staff.
For what?
Sorry, Mr. President. I have one question.
Wait a minute. Did we get a second for the 180-day amendment?
I'll second.
Okay, I will give the second.
Director, you're out of order, Andre. Director Ross has seconded to make it a 180-day extension. All right, so the amendment to the motion is to grant a 180-day extension. That's on the floor as an amendment to the original motion, which was to give a 90-day extension.
No, the
Call for the vote.
Oh, yes, okay. So it's.
So let's debate
Sorry,
that now.
Mr. President.
Yes,
Sorry,
Director
Mr.
Ardani.
Can I say something?
Director Ardani, you have the
Thank
floor.
you, thank you. Thank you so much. First, I just want to ask that if he or she cannot finish it during the 90 days, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to go and destroy whatever they build?
Well, look at the history. You'll come and ask for another 90 days.
I know, but I mean that it's better that we put it in that amendment. We give her or he 180, but it's the final one, no more.
Thank you, Director Ardani. Director Torn. Now we're voting on an amendment to the original motion to make it a 180-day extension. Please make your remarks addressed to that.
Casey.
Yes, my turn. Is it my turn?
Are you paying attention? I just gave you the floor.
Oh, you jump in and talk about it. I didn't know whether you
ahead.
changed your mind or not. Okay, let me tell you my experience. I recently bought a unit, and it took me 3 months to find a good contractor. Would everybody please be quiet and let me talk? Okay, listen to my example. It took me 3 months to find a good general contractor. It's not that easy. Okay, you got to find someone reliable and knows Laguna Woods. Okay, I only have, I look around and I found out those outside contractors are not as good as inside contractors. Okay, contractors living in our community. So that's 3 months that I wasted. Okay, and then during the building period, there's a supply shortage, there's a contractor shortage, so the whole thing got delayed another 3 months. That's already 180 days. Okay, so we got to be considering when the time was, when the rule was established, there was no such issue. Okay, a smaller project, just build up a window, just upgrade the bathtub. That's easy. But when you run into major constructions, it's not that easy. So we need to consider that. Okay, we don't just say fit one shoes to everybody's foot. All right, that is a big concern. Also, we have to realize that we are the board. If there are rules that doesn't fit the resident's situation, we need to adjust the rule. We don't just say, here's the rule, I don't care whether you fit it or not. You will abide by it, even though that will cause you big time problem. Okay, we need to understand the situation. Okay.
Well, in that case, it goes to, Director Torn, it goes to governing documents.
I'm advising, do I have to be everywhere to do everything? If you want to assign me to governing documents, sign me. Please, feel free. Okay?
Thank you, Director Torn. Director Casey?
If they are bad rules.
Director Casey?
Yeah, I just wanted to hear from staff. You know, there was a question, I think. Did you have a comment on that would help us?
I apologize for interjecting the way I did. I was only going to remind the situation of the construction because of the nature that this is a room expansion onto exclusive common area, which was approved by the variance. It would be very difficult for any contractor to complete this work within 90 days. And in all fairness to the shareholder, that he very well may need the entire 180-day extension. And that's the only comment I wanted to make, and I apologize for the disruption.
Thank you, Robbie.
Thank you.
Director Blackwell?
Yes, it doesn't say anywhere here that it expands onto common ground.
Exclusive common area. If I said common area, I'm
it's on the
sorry.
patio
Exclusive.
areas.
Yes, ma'am, and it is allowed by variance,
Fine,
which was
thank you.
already approved.
Let's
Okay.
get back to the thing here. Now, we have an amendment. The original motion was an 80 or 90-day extension, and now the Director Ascari has proposed a full 180 days. We have a second and all. So are we ready for the vote, or we want to debate? I don't see any hands raised.
Let's vote, President.
Are we ready for the vote, or you do want to continue debating?
Yes, please vote, yes.
Can we have a
All right,
stand-up
let's have a
vote?
roll call vote, please, since we are still on this monitor thing.
Director Ross?
80,
No.
180, it's your adjustment.
Director Torng? This is for the 180-day extension.
Yes. Yes.
Director Akrakar?
Abstain. Abstain.
Director Casey?
Yes.
Director Bastani?
Oh, he can't.
No.
I'm sorry. That's recuse. Director Blackwell?
Yes,
President Liberatore?
Yes.
Director Ardani?
Yes.
Director Asghari?
Yes.
Director English?
No.
Director Lee?
Yes.
The motion passes 8 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstain.
Thank you, Michelle. Item 12B, discuss and consider amendment.
Can I have a comment?
No.
Can I have a comment
No,
on
it's
this
no,
issue?
no, there's no time for comment. We just voted, and the amendment to the original motion is approved. So now we'll go back and get an approval for the motion as amended to make an extension for 180 days. Roll call vote, please.
Oh, yes.
We don't have a discussion anymore for the new amendment.
The
motion?
discussion is over. So the
Yeah, I
amendment
know the
passes, so we
discussion
get the
of the
180 days, right?
amendment is over. Well, I'm
All right.
You're out of order, Andre. Director Torn, you're out of order now. Be quiet.
The vote?
So the amendment to the motion was approved to go back now to approve for 80-day extension.
And so we go to the original
Right.
Yeah,
As amended.
as amended.
So let's have a roll call vote, please.
Director Ross?
180 days.
We're voting on the amended motion. My motion was 90, we amended it to 180. We approved that, now we have to approve the original motion as changed. So now it was as if I had said 180. 180 again, yes.
Director Torn?
Yes.
Director Akrakar?
I abstain. It's been 2 years this is going on, so that's the reason.
Excuse me. Director Casey?
Yes.
Director Blackwell?
Yes,
President Liberatore?
Yes.
Director Ardani?
Yes.
Director Asghari?
Yes.
Director English?
No.
Director Lee?
Yes.
The motion passes 8 yes, 1 no, 1 abstain, and 1 recused.
Okay, so the motion passes, 180-day extension. Item number 12B, discuss and consider amendment to the clutter policy. We're going to discuss and consider first, I guess, before we have a motion on this. Who wants to talk on it?
do you want me to read it or no?
Sure, go ahead, read it. Director Blackwell's going to read it.
Oh, let's see where it is. I'll just read the points that are changed. They're just 2 changes. It says, I'll read the staff report part. Committee discussed and made the following changes, recommends the following changes to the clutter policy conditions. Items that constitute a nuisance to one's neighbors should not be placed in common areas or exclusive use common areas. Examples are intrusive wind chimes, food and water, which will attract birds, insects, and animals, or any other objects, or any objects which are offensive or objectionable. And that's the only addition. We already have the right to control the exclusive use common areas. They can't have items draped over the balconies. They can't have this and that. This is just adding that things like wind chimes, food and water, and so on, or items which are objectionable or offensive. Now, our attorney says that a reasonable person is the standard for objectionable or offensive, and that will hold up in court. So if you don't want any control over what people put on their balconies or patios, which might be objectionable or offensive, then vote against this. If you feel the neighbors have a right to complain and ask us to decide if it is objective or offensive, which they are currently doing, then you will vote in favor of it. The wording, this was always possible, but it was not written in the governing document. We want it written in just so that people know when they put things on there that they can be challenged by compliance unless it is, and then the committee can decide. If it's not offensive, there is no problem. If it's not objectionable, there is no problem. If it's not noisy, there is no problem. So it is up to the committee then to decide what is. So this is not doing any more than it was before. It's just clearer. And our attorney has approved it. So that's the essence of it. I move this policy. I move this.
So
I second that.
Director Blackwell moves this motion and is directed by Director Casey is seconded. Do we need some discussion on this? Director Ross.
Yeah.
Director Ross has the floor.
Yeah, I wanted to discuss why it's necessary to add the words "or any objects which are offensive or objectionable," because in my mind, when you add words like that, that could be determined by different people to be objectionable or offensive. That's very, very ambiguous, and that meaning could have many different meanings depending on who's making the determination whether it's objectionable or offensive. And so I would vote against that language because it hasn't been used up till now, and we've worked out fine without having that language. So my motion would be, or my belief would be against adding that language.
Thank you, Director Ross. Director Akrakar.
My thoughts are same as in line with Director Ross. We don't need to amend this text as it is and involve a lawyer and lawyer fees to, as it says at the bottom. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Akrakar. Director Ascari.
Thank you. Yes, I am totally agree with what Director Cash and Director Ross said. If this passed, the only benefit is more staff getting involved, and before we know it, the complaints department asks for more staff because there is no definition for offensive and objective. Please, Director, not make more problem for them and vote no. And let's check to our attorney, which is actually not good if he's here. But please vote no to that one. And my vote would be no. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ascari. Director Bastani. We can't hear you, Director. We can't hear you. Director Bastani, we can't hear you.
Hey, I am on mute. I don't know what.
No, we can hear you.
We can hear you now.
Can't hear you now.
Okay. Enforcement of this is going to be very difficult, so I'll vote no for it.
Thank you, Director Bastani. Director Torn.
I have an example here. Okay, one of the member put lawn chairs in the gas grill outside, and then the neighbor felt it's offensive and objectionable. So compliance went out, look at it, and then required the member to remove them. I don't understand. It's on the concrete floor. It's not on the grass. Okay, so why does compliance need to get involved and determine whether it's objective and determine lawn chair and barbecue grill is offensive and objectionable. I have no clue. It involves the compliance staff to go back and forth on these issues. And then later on, the accusing member put a gargoyle on the same spot. Okay, so the other member accused them offensive and objectionable because if I cannot put a stone shield, how can you put a gargoyle there? And the compliance determined it's not objectable and not offensive. So it went back and forth. This is totally a waste of time. Okay, no wonder we are shortage of staff. So I'm not vote against it. This is just wasting of our time, putting all these extra words, and it's all very subjective. We don't know who's making the decision of objective and objectionable and offensive. Okay, if compliance is the only one, then we have a problem.
Thank you, Director Torn. Thank you, Director Torn. Director Casey.
Yeah, I think this needs to go to governing documents because it really needs to be cleaned up. Because one, what's a nuisance? I mean, lawn chair is a nuisance, and then offensive. I mean, political signs could be offensive to people, and objectionable. Or it could be rude, or it needs to be cleaned up. I think to a better. Better language in our governing documents.
Okay. Director English.
I'm sorry to ask you to repeat something, but would you tell me, please, what was our attorney's position on this?
He said we can do it already. We just wanted to put the words in the thing. We already do it. We already can do it. You can't possibly list everything in a recommendation, Are sardine cans left open on the balcony offensive? Yes. Is it food? Yes. Do we have to take it to, it would come to compliance, and then it will go to a hearing if they don't comply. It comes to a hearing of board members, and we decide using the reasonable person standard. So if we decide it is offensive, it doesn't have to be listed on there. This is what the law is. So, I mean, we don't need it. We already can do it. But I felt it should be corrected in the clutter policy so that members know that things it can't be listed. We don't have anything listed on here except for wind chimes. Is that the only possible objection that someone might have? It's not. So this is why I wanted it put in here. It's not necessary. You can all vote no against it. The enforcement will remain the same. It will come through compliance, and we will all hear it again, but the members will not know. Thank you.
And Director Casey.
Yeah, I would just say the problem...
Microphone, please.
The problem is, when a resident complains about something, it goes to compliance, and then they just tell them, take it down, like the lawn chairs, the barbecue, the Christmas lights, and then then the poor resident has to suffer. That resident then has to go to resident advisory services, or, so we have to make this policy a little clearer than nuisance and offensive and objectionable, What is it? There's certain things that noise promoting, or, just what is the outcome? I don't know. It just needs to be cleaned up. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Director Casey. CEO, did you want to say something? You mind?
No, I just reminded Director Casey to turn on her microphone.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Remember, we only get to talk twice on these things. Director Arcari.
Thank you so much. Yes, I wanted to respond to what Director Blackwell says. Of course, attorney said there is no problem because this brings lots of small claims. This is not in that one. This brings lots of small claims. Right now, many neighbors are in the fight because of their difference of view. We have members in this community around the world. Offensive is different. And also, you put this sentence right before City of Laguna Woods, New Place Code Section 5270. In that code section, there is no such a thing, sir. Even the writing in here is wrong. So please understand this is against law. We are doing something and we informing wrong. Please vote no and let be done. And it already came this one 2 months ago. It is enough to talk about that too much. And please don't send it again. Let's vote it and be done. Yes or no?
Thank you, Director Ascari. Director Torn.
Thanks, the Chair. I just think that putting in more ambiguous statement is not the most productive way to set up a rule. Either we want to, from history, collect all the information from the history, say which one get approved, which one is denied, okay, and make it clear. Or, but we don't put in, just putting more ambiguous rules and say, you know, I don't like it, so, you know, anybody don't like it that can objectable, and then say, you know, this is a clutter. That makes it's proven that it makes a lot of work for the compliance department, right? So I vote no for that.
All right, thank you, Director Torn. Director Cash Akwakar.
You know, for these minor changes, I don't feel it necessary to approach our council. And that's another expense. Why do we need to spend money when these changes are so minor and it's common sense? We don't need to get another $300, $400 bill to make these changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Akwakar. Are we ready for the vote?
One more. I've got one more.
Yes, please.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Director
yes,
English?
Yes, please. Okay. Now, why would we be adding another requirement when we've already got so many things that we don't need? What we need to do is clean up that darn governing documents and get rid of all the things that are not appropriate. This is one of them, I think. We don't need it.
Thank you, Director English. It sounds like we're ready for the vote. All right, so the motion on the floor is to approve or disapprove.
I move to approve it.
Director Blackwell moves to approve.
Well, no, we already had that in the second. We're ready for the vote.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We're ready for the vote. So let's take a roll call vote on this, please.
Yeah.
Director Ross?
No.
Director Torn?
No.
Director Akwakar?
No.
Director
No.
Casey?
Yeah. I'd say no. That site that was mentioned, 5.
Your microphone is off.
Okay. Well, it has to do with displaying dead animals.
Would that be objectionable? Apparently not.
No.
Director Bastani? I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Director Bastani? You're not muted, but we cannot hear you.
Thumbs up or thumbs down?
In his comment, he said no. And in his lip, you can hear.
Thank you. Director Blackwell?
Yes.
President Liberatori?
No.
Director Ardani?
No.
Director Asghari?
No.
Director English?
No.
And Director Lee?
No.
The motion failed with a vote of 10-1.
Thank you, Michelle. Number 13, new business. Discuss and consider appointments to our GFR Insurance Ad Hoc Committee. We need 2 volunteers. We need 2 people. I'd offer myself since I was licensed in 2 states. Do we have any other directors who would like to be on this? Director?
Your point the other day was to have people that know insurance.
Yeah.
I don't know, does anybody in here know insurance?
Well, I think I'm the only one that's
Lenny, maybe?
Well, I wanted to just comment while we're in the discussion mode. Whether, we have a problem that faces United. It's a United issue. And I think the best way to go about solving a United issue is to set up a group of people off of United board to represent United to come up with a solution. I don't think it will add anything to join in GRF committee to solve this problem for United. And so my feeling is that the best approach would be to set up a select or steering committee amongst United members, United board members, to resolve this issue. And that's why I think going the other route to have people from Third and people from the towers involved in coming up with a united solution is not the best idea.
Director Blackwell?
Mr. President, can I add something to that, Mr. President?
Okay, Director Ascari.
And also, to continue what Director Ross said, is it possible we make an announcement? There are lots of educated people in the community. They don't want to be in the board member, but they are willing to give advice and their background. Is it possible as an advisor we put something in the paper and ask them to join us as an ad hoc committee for 1 day or 2 days and just get their idea? I know 2 of them, they are really, really high. They don't want it to be in the board member and lots of responsibility, but they are willing to be giving their backgrounds and ideas. I think what Mr. Ross said is correct, plus getting help from well-educated people in the United.
Thank you, Director Ascari. Now, let me remind you all here that we pay our broker $250,000 and Third pays $175,000. You want to save some money, might be worth talking to somebody. But in any case, we're now discussing, GRF is going to form an ad hoc committee, whether we like it or whether we not. Now, we can have a voice in it or not, and we can still have our own committee for developing an insurance problem, but insurance is a complicated business, and I only know of one guy in Third that has an insurance license. I had one, but anyway, it's up for discussion. But I don't want to get into a deal where I think, because we all think, but who knows about insurance? So GRF, just putting this out there for you, consider GRF is going to have an ad hoc committee. I think we should have representation on there, and if United wants to have their own committee to do that, fine. And then we could have some input to whoever we have on the GRF committee to make sure this thing doesn't go crazy on us. Because it's the economy of size. The more people you have in a group, and there's other things. There's captive groups. There's all kinds of things to be talked about on that. So my feeling is, why not have somebody in the group that can report back to us? And if the board feels like that we want to have our own committee, that's fine also. More information, great. That's what I have to say. Anybody else want to talk on it? Director Blackwell.
Yes, if you look at the pink page, 13A, number 1, take into consideration the current insurance pricing and unique requirements of GRF and each housing mutual. So they are going to consider all the insurance for GRF. We pay that too. And they will look at, and maybe we can work together on some of them, maybe not. So what is the harm of going on this committee? We can only find out more information. If somebody sits there and gets bored, that's okay. We will still possibly find out some good information because we will all pay both insurances. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Blackwell.
Maggie?
Director English.
Maggie, I agree with what you said, except for one thing. We're all getting piled up with a lot of committees, and we don't have a lot of time for anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Director English. Director Torn.
Yes, first thing I want to make sure that we all understand that all three mutual, all the United Mutual, Third Mutual, and the GRF, we all have different needs. We're all looking at different things. Okay, co-op and condos are looking at different things. Okay, and also GRF and mutuals are looking at different things. So I'm not against having one committee to do overall study and bring back the different opinions back. But United Board must make its own decision. So in this case, I will agree with that. Yes, we attend the GIF so we can get a general insurance policy discussion on that. But the person who sent it over needs to understand what our special needs are and what are the special needs of GRF and how does Third handle its own insurance policy. Bring those information back. Then we vote for our own. We don't vote the consolidated insurance policy. We vote our own insurance policy. I don't believe we can vote for one general insurance policy. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We're not talking about one insurance policy. We're talking about researching the insurance industry. And because of United last year that decided to go on their own, they paid $250,000 to a broker, and Third paid $175,000 for their broker. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. Director. Yeah, go ahead, Dishwa.
I would advocate that United participate in this. As President Liberatore indicates, this is a research group that may find the best possible solutions that could benefit United. And Dan Yost is on the line if you have any questions for our risk manager.
Thank you. Anybody else? Director Aquacar.
We are really talking about whether or not to become member of this GRF committee, right?
Yes.
So
we need two people.
I would like to volunteer my name if you guys want some.
Director Casey.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, I volunteer too, but, as I said, I don't have that experience.
Well, it'd be up to the board. Let the board decide. I won't decide.
We need a motion then from someone.
Right.
Yeah, we like to see, we have right now discussed to send 2 applicants to the GRF and ad hoc committee. So can we have nominations?
I move that we send 2 persons to the Insurance Ad Hoc Committee.
Okay, 2 people, and it's second? All right, so now we have to pick 2 people.
Well, no, we have to vote on it
Yeah?
first.
All right, we can do all at one time if you want. All right, let's vote on it. Do we want to send 2 people to the ad hoc committee on insurance, GRF ad hoc committee?
All right, so.
Roll call.
Roll call vote. Roll call vote. And
Roll call vote, please.
Can you ask if there is any objection? If not, then pass.
Oh, okay.
Right, you're right, Director Ascari. If there are no objections, it passes. That we will send 2 people to the GRF Insurance Committee so that we can keep informed. Thank you very much. Now, we need 2 people. I'll volunteer.
We already did.
We didn't, you didn't give us 30 seconds to object.
There is no objections. I
No.
just asked for it.
But
All right, let's go. We want 2 people.
No.
It's getting late, folks. Let's get this moving here.
If there is no objection, say these words. If there is no objection.
If there is no objections. Now, I need 2 volunteers. I
No.
volunteer for,
You've given a second to object.
It's okay.
there's no objections. Now, that's it. We need 2 people.
Okay. You missed your chance. Okay, then it passes.
Who do we have?
We have Cash and Casey.
C and C.
Cash and Casey
Anthony,
volunteer.
the same way you nominate a committee, you made the nomination and the board approved.
Oh, this guy. All right, so we're going to send 2 people to the GRF ad hoc committee. And we have Director Aquacar and Director Casey have volunteered. Anybody else? Do we approve those?
How about you? How about you, Tony? You have the background. You are not going to go?
Yeah, I'll volunteer too. I have been
one of-
licensed in, I
You
was
can always
licensed in
show up.
Kansas and Missouri.
I could be an alternate,
All right, there's a fair. We'll have Cash, Aquacar, Director Aquacar, and me will be asked for nominations, and we can have Diane Casey as an alternate in case I'm sick or die or something.
Right.
So me and him.
Okay.
So I'll make that motion that we send myself, Director Aquacar, to the GRF Ad Hoc Insurance Committee and have Director Casey as an alternate.
May I?
That's a
You can
motion.
go anytime. I move that. I move that slate.
Okay,
Okay, I second it.
Add something to it.
Wait.
There's this gentleman by the name of Jost, J-O-S-T, and he's been the insurance man for years here, right?
well, here, he's right here, he's right here.
He's right here, okay, and he would be really good as an advisor.
Well,
Yes,
Dan
he-
Yost is in it.
he's right
In
supposed
it
to be
anyway?
there.
Sorry, I didn't
So
want
let's
to,
vote on this.
sorry.
It's getting late, folks.
Oh, okay.
All right, so that's a motion on the floor. We're done debating it. Let's go, let's have a roll call vote
Are there
for
any objections?
objections.
If
Who
there are
seconded
no
that motion?
objections-
I don't see any.
No, just ask it and then wait 10 seconds, Anthony.
Let's go for the vote.
No.
If any objections, say so. Let's go for the vote. There's no objections. Go ahead, Michelle, call a roll call.
She's a lawyer, so.
Director Ross,
Yes.
Director Torng,
Yes.
Director Akrakar,
Yes.
Director Casey,
Yes.
Director Bastani,
He said yes, I read his lips.
Director Blackwell,
Yes,
President Libatori,
Yes.
Director Ardani,
Yes.
Director Asgari,
Yes.
Director English,
Yes?
and Director Lee.
Yes.
The motion passed unanimously.
Oh, say so, Michelle will make sure that the GRF people get this information, who we're sending forward.
Anthony? Anthony?
Director Ross.
I'd like to make a motion, I don't know if it's a good time to do this, but to set up an additional insurance ad hoc committee made up of United members only and resolve this problem ourselves. So that's my motion.
So we have a motion from the
Wait, wait.
floor.
wait, we haven't
No,
finished
United,
with.
United only,
This
United
is-
members.
Okay,
For
but
United Insurance ad hoc.
point of order. We just did 12A and B.
No, we
We
just did
just
12A.
did 13A. Now we are on 13B. So
Please
I'm
listen to
just calling,
Director
I'm
Ross.
just calling
But
the
Ross, but
agenda.
Director Ross has made a motion to add a, to make another
I'm calling the agenda.
It's not on the agenda.
orders of the day.
I'm calling orders of the day, yes. We are on,
Okay, orders of the day is a motion to get back on the agenda.
Agenda.
So We go to 13B, discuss, consider corporation, the composition of the M&C committee. Oral discussion. I don't know what we need to discuss about that, but let's do it. M&C committee, what do we need to discuss about?
Nothing.
Okay.
This was
Okay.
your board added this to the agenda. They wanted to discuss the composition of the M&C committee because apparently one member is not attending. That was the discussion.
Oh, that's, what's his name not going? What's his name?
Put on your mic, I
Razor.
can't hear you.
Razor is not attending anything because he doesn't like me. That's what he said.
So we need.
All right, board, we're going to discuss and consider the composition of the M&C committee. Now, I have nothing but that on there.
Right.
Now, Director English says there's a problem with her and Director Bastani, so we don't want to.
No, he says that. I don't say that.
Astani is not attending, Anthony. So the question.
Well, let's discuss it.
He won't attend.
Who?
Let's discuss it.
Who?
What are we going to do?
Who wants to be on the committee in place? Who will attend?
Yes, that's what we were
Director
going to
Lee?
do. Find someone.
No, but don't we have to ask Raza first and see what his plans are? Because instead of finding somebody to attend, because let him.
Got his hand up.
I think we need to.
But we're
hear him.
short a person and we need
I
someone
know, but
right
we need to
away.
hear him.
Point
and
of order.
saying what his position is. Okay.
Thank you, Director Lee. Director Bastani. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Director Bastani, we cannot hear you, and I'm not good at reading lips.
It says it's muted, even though they're not the regular.
Muted.
Yeah.
He has to do it himself. Say something. Reza, say something. I can't tell it.
There you go.
Maybe it's,
You got it. You got it.
did you? Hello?
Yes.
Hello.
Go.
Yes,
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
yes.
You do?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I will attend the meeting, MNC meeting, if the chair becomes a technical literate person. Thank you.
What did he say?
I don't know.
I didn't hear you.
You
I claim
will
to be-
attend?
I claim to be a technically knowledgeable person in this particular M&C.
Right.
And if you want me to talk about it, I will.
No.
I didn't hear what he said.
Director Bastani, will you attend the MNC meetings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bastani.
We'll see.
Okay, we're going to entertain a motion to approve the 20, now, you've got that packet in front of you, so check it out. Check out the approval of the 2022 annual election schedule and approve a resolution appointing the inspector of elections. So if you have your packet, take a look at it. It's 13C. All right, so approve, we have here from the staff report, the recommendation, they recommend approving the 2022 election schedule to set the annual meeting and mutual members and appoint the United Corporation on the inspectors of elections for the election of directors. And here's the background. Maggie, you want to read the background?
Okay. In compliance with 5110, the rules require the association to select an independent party as inspector of elections. The inspector of elections performs several tasks during an election, including but not limited to print, collate, mail, receive, register, store and safeguard secret ballots, and required inner ballot envelope and outer ballot envelope, mailing envelope, and provide election day services such as ballot counting, tabulation. I'm reading what he said, the background on the staff page, so that's what he ordered. Yeah, that's it. Okay.
All right, so everybody have a copy of the schedule?
Wait. Oh, here we go. We should be on page 13C4 of 14, not on the staff report. We want the pink sheet. I'll read that. I already read the civil code.
Okay, this is the resolution.
Okay, now therefore it be resolved that the Board of Directors of United Laguna Woods Mutual hereby approves single sourcing a contract to Unilect Corporation to perform Inspector of Election services for the 2022 annual meeting of members. Resolved that the officers and agents of this corporation are directed on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution. I move this resolution.
I second.
All right, the motion by Director Blackwell to approve this resolution has been seconded by Director Aguilar. Any further discussion? Director Torn.
Yes, I have a question here. Last year's election, we have disputed the issues about when can they members request candidate information and other member lists. Okay, certain members don't know that they can get member lists. They didn't realize that. Certain members that have been running for a few times, they know they can get member lists. So it's an equal ground at this point. So is there any documentation that we can share with the candidates that being a candidate, you have the following rights to share with the candidates? Otherwise, they don't even know that they have the right. And some people know the right and they take advantage of it. Some people don't know the right and they lose the advantage.
This should be discussed
Are we
in
going to have a
closed
list
session.
like that? Are we going to have a list like that? Inform the candidates what kind of rights they have.
That should be discussed in
Usually
closed
we-
session.
Hold on, Director Torn. Joanne?
That component should be discussed in closed session. This is simply approval of the schedule and appointment of the Inspector of Elections. Thank you.
All right, that's it.
So let me ask a question. Does that mean we will never announce it if it's in the closed section?
Well, you just heard what Siobhan said. We discussed that part in closed session. Right now, we're discussing this resolution. You're for it or against it?
I am for it, but I'm missing.
All right, well,
I think
that's all we need to know. You're for it. Fine, thank you so much.
Missing a lot of things.
Who else? We have any other further objections? All right, Director Ross.
Maybe we can discuss this another time, but I just wanted to find out, have we always used Unilect?
No.
And why are we not considering any other company other than Unilect?
Wait.
This was competitively bid 2 years ago. They've performed satisfactorily, so we're using them for the third year. We can go back out to bid after the third year. That is our standard practice. And when we bid this, there were very few companies who provided HOA election services on this large scale.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director Ross. All right, are we ready for the vote? Looks like we are. Let's take a roll call vote here.
If there are no objections.
I'm taking a roll call vote.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Director Ross?
Yes.
Director Torng?
Yes.
Director Akrikar?
Yes.
Director Casey?
Yes.
Director Bastani? Can you please turn on your video, Director Bastani? I will return to, oh, okay. Yes?
Yes.
Director Blackwell?
Yes.
President Liberatore?
Yes.
Director Ardani?
Yes.
Director Asgari?
Yes.
Director English is not in the room. Director Lee?
Yes.
The motion passes with Director English absent.
Okay, the motion passes, and we're going to, it's after 1 o'clock, so I'm going to go around with director's comments, and then we're going to take a recess. So, director's comments, I'm going to start here in the boardroom. Director Lee?
My comment is, let's try to wrap it up, because it's already too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee. Director Ross? Director Ackerkar? No comment. Director Casey?
Good meeting.
Director Blackwell?
I really enjoyed hearing all the members who came out today. It was very good to hear those people discuss their point of view early in the project like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Blackwell. Director English, do you have anything?
Yes, I do. I certainly do. I've been debating with whether I'm going to stay or not. And the way things are going, as long as two people, I'm not going to name the two because I can't, but you know which two I'm talking about, unless these guys really cool down a whole lot and start acting professionally and stop this bit about giving lectures every time you answer a question and asking 3 or 4 or 5 questions, I'm not going to be staying. And we will be selecting a new person to take my position. But if I feel comfortable about the way things are improving, and right now I don't. I was hoping it would be today, but it isn't today. It did not improve today, in my opinion. So anyway, I'm not gone yet, and I really want to stay and help you, but I don't want to put up with this crap all the time.
Thank you, Director. Director English, thank you. Director Ardani?
A great meeting. Thank you, everyone. And thank you so much for all residents with the concern and unity. Thank you. Thank you.
Director Bastani? Director Bastani, do you have any comments for the group?
No.
Okay, thank you. Director Asgari?
Yes, I do. I would like to say that direct communication between residents, director, and staff is the key element for improving better service and enjoyment of life in this beautiful village. Laguna Woods, run by investment of the shareholders. The yearly budget of over $100 million is collected only from the pockets of the residents. Therefore, residents' voice must be heard. Recently, a few residents requested that email and phone number of directors be posted on Laguna Woods website so they can be easily reached. If the contact information of director is available at resident services and any resident can pick it up, then this information is not a secret. Forcing residents to drive to the community center for a paper pickup adds pollution to air by using gas. Not to mention, it is a waste of paper to print for over 12,000 members. Responding to residents' email is optional for directors. So directors should not be afraid of being reached by residents. We, our directors, should remember how during election time, we are knocking on each door and emailing each resident and walking around each cul-de-sac to find a resident to talk with and get their vote. After the election, directors must change. Suddenly, the directors don't want contact with residents that they serve. Being a director is a public service. please put the email and phone number of directors on the website. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ascari. Director Torn.
Thank you, Chair, for the last comment for me. Yes, I totally agree with Director Ascari that email information and phone information should be available to the residents because we are their representative. The representative means we speak for them, we listen to them. Without this kind of a communication, it's very difficult for us to communicate. I know a lot of people trying to communicate to me, but they don't know how. So it is very important for us. As far as I understand there are board members that just don't want to communicate with the board members, with our mutual members. That is all right. Don't list that, okay? But just don't block other people to other board members to communicate, to make it public to communicate. Also, I want to also talk about I mentioned earlier, but I didn't hear the response. Today, many residents came over and expressed their opinion about tree cuts. I have never heard of a lot of ideas. Okay, I'm glad they came over. I was going to vote for it, but now I realize that I need to listen to them more. Okay, I don't know about other board members. Maybe some board members just don't feel that I like to hear all those opinions. Okay, but I would like to VMS to summarize all the suggestions. Okay, you can make a matrix. How many times people refer to this one? Okay, in that case, we can have a better understanding. They are just coming out so many of them. I can't remember that. I'm expecting our secretary or scribe VMS to provide that kind of information. And also the reason. I know people, we ask a lot of questions. The reason we ask questions is because residents ask us questions and we don't know how. And we don't want, even though sometimes we may know, but we don't want to make up the reason, give them the wrong answer. So we have to bring it up to the board and let the board answer them and let the VMS answer them. So if I understand there are board members that don't want to answer these questions, don't want to get involved, that is fine. But other board members that are interested in that, trying to help out members know more instead of spreading rumors around, I think I don't think people should blame them. Say, why are you asking these questions? Okay, if they are valid questions, they are valid questions. There's no reason to blame people. Say you ask valid, you shouldn't ask any valid questions. And also, I wrote an email about direct difference between directive and the management. I hope everybody read that. Directive is like clean up the pine tree mess. That's directive. Very simple. Nobody can argue with that. Okay, how to do it? How to plan it, when to do it, who's going to do it, what kind of equipment use it, what kind of OSHA rules that we have to follow, what kind of insurance policies we should have. All these issues are management issues. Those things we need to have management take care of those issues. Those are not board members' responsibility. Okay, so that's what I want to do. And also, I also write up some data mining business. Okay, it is a standard practice, best practice in the real world outside.
Director Torn, you've got 3 minutes now. Wind it up. You've been talking for 3 minutes.
I'll round it up. I'm rounding up. Okay, so I hope people understand that. Okay, these are not simple tools. These you need to have some kind of specific background training to do that. And I hope VMS can get involved there. That data mining will provide us a lot of issues, a lot of discussions that we can talk about it and make improvements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Torn. Just my brief comment, I'm very impressed with the residents who showed up here today, and it looks like they are paying attention. And it's very encouraging for directors who put so much time into this job of being a director to see that that the residents are paying attention. And according to my clock now, it's 1:25, so we will recess until 1:35. Thank you.
1 second. One quick one.
Yes.
Item 15A, page 1. The second line from top, it says net expense of 443. It should have been net revenue of 443.
15A, where are you?
15A, page 1 of 12.
Anthony?
Is that?
Through the reporting period,
we're in
January
recess. We can
31,
take it
blah,
up.
blah, United so-and-so,
Anthony, can I ask?
compared to expense so-and-so, resulting in net revenue.
Treasurer's report, slide 1.
Oh, treasurer's report, we can do that after our break, right?
Yeah.
Are we breaking, what did you say, how long?
1:30?
And
The break is until 1:35.
Maggie, I'd like to suggest something under future agenda items to number 17.
Yeah.
It's a very simple one and something that will help us a lot. And it's called, let's get rid of all these reports we've got. It's ridiculous. We never get to them.
Yeah.
So break is 5 minutes.
It's a potty break, it's not a lunch break.
So you think it's fun and games here?
So we are breaking for 5 minutes? I better.
So do we take our stuff upstairs then?
No,
now?
no, no,
No?
we're only taking a potty break.
Oh.
Yeah.
I know.
We just have to do the reports, committee meeting reports. Well, no,
I'd like to make something, talk about something on the future agenda items that'll have a lot to do with all this extra stuff we've got with the report.
Okay.
I've got some suggestions too, but I'm gonna make them upstairs.
It's important, because most of the stuff in there is not important. You know, what does it say? Say when they have their meeting.
What item are we on now?
That's right.
15? No.
Should be, I agree, that was gonna be my comment. So we'll
Director
make,
comments,
we'll make
you did?
that upstairs. We can make that upstairs.
13.
Right,
15?
right. But,
15.
We never get to them.
well,
We're gonna get to it.
we have it, we have it on this time.
So maybe one or two of these reports were.
Oh, no, my, okay.
Okay, I'm gonna call up to order here.
We'll talk about it upstairs.
Upstairs?
Yeah. We're all upstairs.
The United Board of Directors will come to order. We're now going to discuss committee reports. What am I doing? And let's see. What do I do with my reports? Here they are. Okay, committee reports. We'll start with the report of the Landscape Committee.
No, we start
15A.
with the treasurer's report.
Oh, Treasurer's Report. Where's that at?
15A.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Item 15A, committee reports. We'll start with the Treasury Report. Director Ascari.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, we have the first chart. Thank you. Through the reporting period of January 31st, 2022, total revenue for United was 3.7 million compared to expenses of 3.3 million, resulting in net revenue to 443,000. And slide 2, please. As we always very interested to look at the operating portion of financial results, the operating fund without depreciation shows an operating surplus of 97,000 through the reporting period. And this chart shows how much of our revenue went into operation, with 1.8 million coming in from assessment and 119,000 coming from non-assessment revenue. This is compared to operating expenditures of almost 1.9 million without depreciation. Can we have slide 3, please? Thank you. This chart takes the full income statement and compares those results to budget. If you can see on the second column, we can see that United ended the period better than budget by 427,000 when combining both operating and reserve savings. Can we have a slide 4, please? Thank you. This slide shows which one is favorable and which one is unfavorable. And I'll go one by one. The first one is outside service, which was favorable, 315,000, and budgets are spread evenly for programs such as waistline remediation and building structure. Also, I should say buildings 943, 24, 14, 2036, and 2080 have been completed as of January 31st. The second one comes from employee compensation with favorable of 230,000. The variance results primarily in M&C department and landscape department due to open positions. Impacted areas included ground maintenance, damage restoration, carpentry, and plumbing. The third one you can see, it comes from material and supplies, 83,000 favorable again, and variance results in several areas of operation, such as interior components, appliance, and paint due to timing of expenditures. And we have two items, big unfavorable. You can see that unrealized gain loss, unfortunately, was unfavorable for 173,000, and variance is due to adverse condition for bond investment during the reporting period. And the last one you can see is unfavorable 62,000 for property and sales tax, and that's due to higher property tax than anticipated at the time of budget preparation. Assessment base has increased as average sales price tends upward. Can we have the slide 5, please? Thank you. This is a pie chart. It gives a better vision so you can see. We can see that non-assessment revenue earned to date 124,000, excluding the unrealized loss on available for sale investment, which if we include that one, then actually it's going to go negative 49,000. Revenue is organized by category, starting with our largest revenue generating by fee and categories, which is fee and charges to residents, followed up by laundry, resale processing fee, lease processing fee, and so forth, as you can see in this chart. And we have chart 6, please. Thank you. This is again another pie chart, easier for eyes to see and know what's going on. In this pie chart, we see the expenses to date of 3.3 million, showing that our largest category of expenses are for property and sales tax, and then followed by employee compensation, utility, insurance, materials and supplies, outside service, and so forth. At the upper right corner, you can see the breakout of the utility category. Can we get slide 7, please? This is a better really thing about expenses, because in this chart, you are not seeing the property and sales tax. Property and sales tax is different category. We collect it from residents and we pay to the city, but this is much better. You can see 49% of the expenses is by employee compensation, followed by 15% utility, 14% of expenses is insurance, and followed by 8% material, 7% outside service, and net allocation to mutual, which is the shared one, and third and GRF send it to us, 5%, and the rest of expenses is 2%. And can we have a slide 8, please? Thank you. Our fund balances are shown here. The contingency fund balance on January 31st, 2022 was 1.1 million. Contribution and investment revenue totaled 10,000. Actually, that was negative, and resulting from unrealized loss. on AFS investment due to adverse conditions for bond investment during the reporting period. There were no expenditures reported in the categories contingency fund, so therefore the reserve fund balance on January 31st, 2022 was $19.5 million. Contribution and investment revenue collected total $740,000, while expenditures were $321,000. Property tax fund balance on January 31st, 2022 was actually less than budgeting, so it's negative $112,000. And contribution and investment revenue collected total $1 million, while expenditures was a little bit above $1 million. And in slide 9, you can see we always compare these two historical fund balance for the past 5 years on this chart, which have averaged 20 million. And you can see that very, very tiny blue line. So we are above the average and a little bit. So slide 10. We have a slide here to show resale history from 2022 to 2022, from 2020 to 2022, lots of 20, through January 31st. We can see that United sell total 38, which is a 3 resale higher than prior year for the same time period. The average year-to-date sales price for the United Mutual was $313,000, which is $56,000 higher than prior year for the same time period. So as you can see, next finance meeting is on March 29 at 1:30 p.m. And I invite all residents who are interested in finance, please join us. Thank you.
Okay, Director Ascari, thank you. Director Ross.
I just wanted to thank Azar for the great report. I wanted to mention one thing.
Your microphone on?
Yeah, it is. I just wanted to mention one thing. On the one slide that shows the financial report, which shows the unrealized loss, in this case, on AFS investments. It's page 6 of 12 in Azar's presentation. It shows a loss of $173,000. And at the last finance meeting, I requested that we sit down with our investment counselor at the next meeting, which would be at the end of March, and discuss alternative options of our current investments. With our current investments are performing the way you see it. We lost $173,000 in 1 month, and that's on our reserves. And so we're going to, at our next finance meeting, we're going to sit down with our expert on investments and see if we can maybe move our investments to T-bills, move it into cash, or do some other option so that we don't continue to lose money. Interest rates are extremely low and they're extremely volatile. And we can't afford to continue losing money like this.
Thank you so much for bringing this issue. Do you mind I, as the chair of the finance, respond, or Maggie should respond? Always. So what I wanted to respond to this for residents so they can understand the issue that Director Ross has a concern. It was concern of us all the time. and we brought a Sageview representative 2-3 times. When I arrived here as a resident, as a director, that was the first things that I asked, like exactly like you, and I said, why? Then I found one thing that a resident should know, and it's very, very important, we have lots of rules for reserve funds. We cannot put any possibility for danger to put it to the stock market or higher return or others based on the bylaws that we have here. So there is no other way, and the only way we ask coming this month is coming the representative. But I am sure we cannot
ages ago.
we cannot give a lot of
Right
support
after
for
Lenny.
that one.
I
Pardon?
wanted to respond to you, Lenny.
Thank you.
Everybody is
Director
losing money
English?
right now.
Director
Everybody
English?
is losing money. There's nothing we can do to change that. We're best
Excuse
just to
me,
be...
can I finish my sentence and somebody stop
Excuse
it?
me,
Or
I had my hand up ages
I was
ago,
talking.
right after Lenny, and you were still talking. So I
Because
didn't
am
interrupt you, you
responding
interrupted
as a
me.
chair of- Oh my goodness, oh my goodness.
All right, Director Ascari, are you finished?
No, I was talking and somebody just jumped. I am responding as a chair to the members and to the Director Ross. Am I doing something? I'm missing something here?
Yeah, you open your mouth.
No, are you finished?
Okay, the finishing sentence is, this is following by the rules that is here. And I'll give the updated report after this coming finance meeting. Thank you so much, and thank you, Director Ross.
Thank you, Director Ascari. Director English?
I had my say I wanted to talk right after Lenny talked, because I was responding to what he said. And guess who pipes in?
I thank you, Director English. Did we get the Finance Committee report?
Yeah, that was finished.
Finished? All right, so we'll go on to B. Architectural Control Standards Committee report. I read there, we have just a little brief thing here. I'm doing the Architectural Committee report here, and we're having difficulty getting a quorum to handle United's portion of the architectural, but Director Casey and Director Blackwell came to my rescue, and we were able to get the business, get through the meeting. And the division manager, Robbie Duncost, is going great guns now. We've got staff. We had some operational problems because of a lack of staff, but that's been resolved. And the next meeting is to be determined because I have a conflict. It was on the 13th, and I'm going to get with Robbie Duncost, and we'll get a date for our next meeting. And that's all I have on that. A report of the Member Hearings Committee and Director Ardani. Director Ardani, you with us?
She is no longer on the Zoom.
Okay. Well, a report of Governing Documents Committee, Director Blackwell.
We didn't meet this month, or we skipped the last meeting, so we had the meeting before, but I reported on that. So we will be meeting again this month, but I can't find my page which says the date.
Can you please turn on your microphone?
Okay, we did not have a meeting since our last board meeting. And I can't find the page which gives the date for the next meeting. It will be next week on Friday or Thursday. 17th, okay, on the 17th. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Blackwell. I'd like to see if we have a report on the Landscape Committee, Director Casey.
Yes, we met on March 10th, and, February 10th, we met, and we had a department update by Kurt, which caused a lot of problems, or not problems, but.
No, it didn't.
No.
It wasn't that meeting, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at that meeting, there was no discussion about it. He just
Yes,
presented
yes,
it
there
and
was.
said, said.
He said, I
asked-
have something to discuss that wasn't on the agenda.
Right, right.
That's what happened. And then he
But this-
presented the Canary Island pine.
But he
and-
did not explain.
And he
those. Right.
wanted to know if we could direct him to how long, did we want to spread it over years, or did we want to do it all in one swoop?
Right.
And so that happened, and then he also talked about a landscape request, which was denied, and then he had a United Mutual Landscape Project log, a United Mutual Irrigation and Mixed Consumption, and then it led us to the Landscape Committee meeting that's going to be happening on the 10th. So please, come to the meeting. We
Thank
need
you,
your
Director
support.
Casey. Thank you very much. Maintenance and Construction, Director English.
Yes, we had a committee meeting on February the 23rd, and our next meeting is going to be April the 27th at 9:30 in the boardroom, and as a virtual meeting. And Mr. West, can't remember his first name.
Guy West.
What is it?
Guy West.
Guy West, it's Guy. I always remember his last name because that's my maiden name. Anyway, he gave us a little talk, though I can't remember precisely what it was about, but it was quite good, and told us about our various progress on different things. And anyway, then we talked about the fact that we didn't have enough people. And when we looked at it, we found that Mr. Bastani was supposed to be on the committee, and he never shows up for anything. He did say he was going to show up today, so we'll see what happens at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Director English. I need a report on the United Resident Advisory Committee, Director Lee.
Okay, we didn't have a meeting since January. The next meeting is March 10th at 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee. Item number 16 on our agenda is GRF Committee highlights. Let's start with, I know it doesn't say report, it says highlights, so I like that. Report of the GRF Finance Committee, Director Ascari.
Thank you, Mr. President. GRF had a finance meeting on February 16. The statement showed GRF for the year-to-date period ending December 31st had 2.7 million revenue over expenses. Also, in that meeting was said that a completion date for the audit would be April 4th, and I want everybody knows that one. So until that one, we cannot get the final thing, how much we saved for the last year. There was a presentation by Sageview, exactly the same presentation Director Ross asked for our finance meeting. They gave a presentation, and he said the interest rate is very low, from 0 to 1%. And since September 2019 to February 2022, over 2.5 years, for investing $19 million, we just received $550,000. And the portfolio is very heavily allocated to the mixed funds, and next GRF meeting will be April 20 at 1:30. And that was the discussion in GRF. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ascari. A report on the GRF Strategic Planning Committee, Director Torn, do you have anything to report?
That's you, Anthony.
Oh.
I mean, it shouldn't be Tom. Shouldn't be Andre.
Well, the strategic plan we had yesterday with Director Dodson, and the next meeting won't be till May. And what she's doing is she's imploring all of us to ask questions, give her information on what we want to do with the strategic planning. So she didn't come out with any, and the board itself didn't come out with any direction or any plan. What they're doing now is researching to get data, empirical data points, so that from that point on, we can suggest a plan. And our next meeting is in May. That's all I have on that. Community activities, Director Blackwell, GRF community activities.
Yes, they were talking about masks again for a while and when we could open up. Staff levels are still low, so they still can't go full open on the clubhouses. The Garden Center gate will, Garden Center 2 gate will be operational soon. The pickleball lighting project is still underway. And there were some footing corrections that must be installed before the project can be completed. The question was asked if we could have volunteers assisting the clubhouses instead of staff when we don't have staff because nobody is applying. So they're looking into that question. Brian Gruner is going to look into that. There was a correction on the pickleball footing. They did a correction on that part. It's the back stepway, and that has been corrected. The Bridge Club wanted a different rate, an exception rate for an upcoming tournament. And let's see. They asked for it. The garden centers still have a waiting list, but it's very small. But over 70 compliance letters have been sent by people in the garden center against others in the garden center. So apparently not all are following the rules as they should be. The COVID numbers have increased at that point. They were not sure when they could bring everything to date. There was an aerator that will be purchased for the 27-hole golf course from the equipment fund. And, oh yes, they're continuing to do greens committee reviews of various holes on the course and if they will make any adjustments. And those subcommittees have been meeting. Okay, and our next meeting is on Thursday. No, let's see. Our next meeting is, oh, it's in the agenda.
It's March 10th, right?
Yeah, March 10th. Yes, that's right. It said Feb 10th. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Blackwell. Now, the Equestrian Center Ad Hoc Committee, do we have any directors that can report on that? Director Lee?
Diane and I are on that, I think.
Okay,
right?
yeah.
Well, I didn't have any.
Who wants to give the report, Director English or Director Lee?
Pat, I'm on that committee
You're on it
with
now.
Pat.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I didn't attend the meeting on the January 26th, but I will attend on March 30th at 1 o'clock.
Okay, so the next meeting is
still
on
on it.
March
Never mind.
30th, huh?
Good.
Okay. Report of the GRF Landscape Committee, Director Casey.
Well, they met in December, and they will be meeting March 9th. So I will be going to that.
Okay, GRF Maintenance and Construction Committee, Director Cash Acricar.
Well, yeah, putting it in brief, I would just have notes, but I'll cut that short. Mr. West commented on about the expected completion of pickleball courts in February. Mr. Mejia presented a PowerPoint presentation on electrical vehicle charging ports. Mr. Carroll presented a report proposing in-house staff to move 20 benches, bus benches for year 22 and 20 for 2023 at a cost of $46,000 plus. Third floor renovation plans were presented by Mr. Gomez. The contract was awarded. Award was to be discussed in closed meeting that day. Committee members' comments to include broadband HVAC replacement, Melrock energy measurement efficiency systems, and maintenance and generators in the next meeting. A workshop meeting was scheduled for March 9th, and the next meeting would be April 13th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, Director Akrakar. And now, Director Casey, do you have a report for us on the clubhouse ad hoc committees?
Well, they met in January, not in February, and their next meeting is TBA, but I believe it's probably going to be March 25th. I have to check, or April 1st, because it's either going to be the 4th Friday or the 5th Friday.
Okay, thank you, Director Casey. Media and Communications, Director Ardani, I guess she's not here. Not online. Let's move on. Report of the mobility and vehicles.
Director Ardani just joined.
What?
Director Ardani just joined.
Director Ardani, do you have a report for us on the Media and Communications Committee for GRS?
Sorry, Mr. President, I'm using the closed meeting link, and I just wait to somebody let me in, and then I see you guys in the link for the open meeting, how it goes.
Yeah, it's going to be a long meeting, Director. Do you have a report for us?
It's kind of, okay. But anyhow, it's for the media and communication held on February 22nd at 9 o'clock. And we have the media and communication report by Ms. Pauline, broadband service report with Mr. Ortiz, and we have a new business that is going to be the update on community survey, the broadband group update, website action plan, and docent training and recruitment. And the next meeting going to be March 21st. Thank you.
Yes, Director Ardani, I heard they're having trouble finding docent people for the tours. Is that correct? Did you hear that?
Yes, exactly.
All right, thank you. Report of the mobility and vehicles. Director Bastani, do you have something?
Director Bastani was not at the meeting. I was at the meeting. Lenny Ross was also at the meeting. We're talking about the age-well consideration for age-well contract, and they are working on it, and they will have, I guess it's next Friday or very soon. They tried to have a town hall, but not very many people came. So they're having a new one, and they're offering rides, pickup service to get the people there, and that is really important. And that's the main thing that they want to do, is to get that okayed and settled, and then we can see if we can continue on under age-well instead, and that's supposed to be a very good idea. In 2021, ridership increased with an average of 5,302 trips for January through December. That's increasement of 390 users January through December. That's very good. Let's see. The easy riding, the bus riding total is going up. And we will meet again
On August 6th?
August 6th.
April 6th?
I can't find it, yes.
April 6th, okay.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. The report of security, security and community access, Director Bastani. I guess we don't have one there. All right, the Laguna Woods.
No, I didn't say that. Okay. I don't have any report.
You have nothing to report? Okay, thank you. Laguna Woods Village traffic hearings. Director Ardani, do you have something to report to us?
Sure. That traffic hearing is happened on February 16, and we had a few violations. One of them is the valid driver license. not produced, speeding, and failure to obey stop sign. And actually, we had 2 valid driver license not produced. And the next meeting is going to be March 16 at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ardani. A report of GRF Disaster Preparedness Task Force, Director Casey.
They met in January 25th, and the next meeting is March 29th at 9:30.
And Director Casey, weren't they having trouble too with volunteers? Did I hear that correctly?
They are looking for
Building
team
captains.
captains or
Yeah.
village captains. So, they're really trying to promote that and get the word out. And in fact, I had an application, gave it to one of my neighbors, and she's now a team captain. So, yeah, so we could just probably get those applications online and give them out to your neighbors, see if they can get involved.
Well, thank you. Well, Director Casey, while you have the floor, can you give us some information on the Technology Advisory Committee?
Okay, we're moving right along with ITAC. We selected our program, got it approved, and now we're just looking at the contract. And we went over that on Friday, and, we're just moving forward. And on when, once the contract is signed, well, then, of course, they're going to implement when it's going to start. But they think we're going to start pretty quickly.
Okay, thank you, Director Casey. Now, under future agenda items, I have nothing listed. We have to give the 28-day public review. Do we have anything?
I have something for number 17.
Okay, Director English.
Yes. In my opinion, and I think this will be everybody's opinion too, all these reports that we're doing like 18 reports. A few of them had meat in them, but most of them, all they do is give you the date that the meeting was held and the date that the next meeting is. So we could easily have a schedule or something with that on it.
All right, so what do you recommend?
I recommend that we have a discussion about it.
Okay. Michelle and Michaela, you got that? For future items, we'll have a discussion on these reports, okay?
Good.
Thank you, Director English. Director Ross.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion for the future agenda items to be taking up the idea of setting up a committee to resolve, a united committee to solve the insurance problem.
Okay, well, we don't need a motion for that. We can put it on as an item for future discussion.
Okay.
Michelle, Michaela, did you get that?
That's good.
Okay. Is there anything else?
Thank you.
Director Cash-Ackrocar.
Some years ago, I'd looked into getting a fire alert type of device, and looks like the activity has died down. Do we have any issues with home fires, kitchen fires, which I'm pretty sure we must, because...
Well, we have about 4 or 5 different insurance packages. And I don't know about us.
I'm not talking about insurance policy. Right. I'm talking about a device to prevent fires.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, Director Blackwell?
Yes, I attended that meeting, and they are still continuing on. They have installed some devices in Third, and they're running the tests on them so that they can find out if they work, because it's attached to the smoke alarm. There has to be a sound for it to work, and that's good. And in United, we check the smoke alarms and all those things in our annual checkup, which is actually done in 2 or 3 years, not every year, but they do constantly check the fire alarms. So if this one proves to be effective, the sound of the United firearms should be reliable. And so that would be a great thing. And then it turns off the electricity on it. And that's good. So all it needs is the sound. And so that's coming along very good, and it's very helpful because we have those inspections.
Thank you, Director Blackwell. I'm telling you, along with this, I like to cook because I like to eat. And I don't believe, and I reported this, my alarms go off when I'm cooking a roast because I don't believe the ovens take out the carbon monoxide. Because I don't have any smoke, I'm not burning, but it'll still set it off. And I believe the only thing that will set it off is carbon monoxide. So I reported that, but nothing's happened. I just thought I'd share that with you, no big deal.
Well, my question was going to be, if the smoke alarm goes off, and I'm cooking something just because it's bacon or whatever, is it going to shut off my electric?
No, but I mean, I know I'm upsetting my, I live on the bottom floor, I'm upsetting the people upstairs and they hear it go off. And I'm sure it's carbon monoxide and not smoke. Because I like to cook because I like to eat, Anyway, thank you for your patience, directors, especially the ones that are here. It's been long. It's 2:15 now. And so we're going to recess and we'll reconvene at 2:45.
We take our stuff upstairs, or do we stay here upstairs?
Yeah, we'll over.
What time? Excuse me, what time is it?
Directors on Zoom, we will reconvene at 2:45. Please use the closed session link. We will resend it. 2:45.
Tony, are we coming back here at 2:45?
Willow Room.
Goodbye.